Welcome on behalf of Stellenbosch University, the Department of Food Science, to the 2020 New Product Development Day. And as you can see, there's something very, very special about today's event. It's a virtual event. If it wasn't for our friend COVID-19, we would all be sitting in the auditorium in the Food Science Department, enjoying the view of the mountains. But today we have to sit in our home offices and we are going to do things a little bit differently. But that doesn't mean we're not going to have an absolutely fantastic time. We have got a great program lined up for you. I can't wait to see these presentations, and I know that you are going to enjoy the event with us today. Camera.
Good morning, Linda, and good morning to everyone on this webinar. I'm sitting in my office. I'm not working from home today. So welcome to this year's National New Product Development Day in a very different format than ever before. Maricel will tell you a little bit more about the trials and trepidations the students have had to go through to get to today. But I'm extremely proud to be able to welcome you to a New Product Development Day at all. 2020 has been an incredibly tough year for all of us professionally and personally, as we all know. The higher education sector, academics and students were not spared the curveballs. A short turnaround time to transition from full face-to-face learning and transitioning in a short few weeks to full online learning was quite a challenge. Not to mention all the other adapting and getting used to we've had to do with masks and hand sanitizing and all the others. Stellenbosch University, in my humble opinion, has ridden the storm extremely well. Our academic program has continued and will be completed in 2020. And I dare say the quality of education and learning has been maintained, although in a very different way. This is not just thanks to the tireless dedication, commitment, and passion of all the staff, but also to the students themselves. They knuckled down, they took responsibility, they decided to adapt, learn and innovate themselves, steadfast in ensuring that they too did their bit to make 2020 an academic success. Just after last year's New Product Development Day, I was at an awards function accepting an award on behalf of last year's fourth-year students, when a gentleman approached me and thanked me and the department for the 4 years that his son had spent studying food science and how proud they were as parents on this day. To see what those 4 years had produced and what it was that their kids had been doing for the last 4 years. That same student started a job just before lockdown and unfortunately was retrenched soon after lockdown started. However, the company that he was working for decided there was a small chance because he had a British passport, so they offered him a job in a small startup that they were launching in London. So off he went, packed his bags and shipped off to the UK, got used to spending 2 weeks in quarantine and eventually starting work. It was a 3-month contract, and after 2 months, the company offered him a permanent position because they were so impressed by his skills, his initiative, his dedication, and his knowledge. He told his folks a few days ago that he felt his Stellenbosch food science degree had given him the edge over the locally qualified colleagues. And today, I know you too will be impressed with what this year's students have accomplished under very trying circumstances. And I'm sure they will continue to exhibit these qualities as they enter the food industry. Above all else, I think all the parents out there today will be extremely proud. These final years have been robbed of doing new product development in the usual way, the highlight of their 4 years at Stellenbosch, of having a year-end function, a last haste dance, and even a graduation ceremony. Events that they will have looked forward to with much glee just a few months ago. But without complaining or dejection, they got on with it and are already making plans to have these celebrations of their achievements in completely different ways than they ever imagined. They're an example to us all, and they exemplify the spirit of food science at Stellenbosch University. I'm very thankful and proud of all the food science staff and the students that have made this day possible at all. So enjoy today, ask questions, give advice, and be proud. But also remember, that they are food scientists only just starting their careers. So with that, over to Maricel to tell you a little bit more about today. And thank you very much for everyone that's online. It's great to see such huge numbers of people attending, a very interesting format that makes that possible. So from my side, thank you and good luck to everyone and enjoy the day. Thanks.
Welcome to our new Product Development Day of this unique year of 2020. Let me introduce the 6 very special and unique groups to you and the products they have developed, namely Sluti, Gear Up, Binzi, Imbewu, Kitli, and New York. Every year the students get a theme, and this year the theme was, where does science meet NPD in addressing sustainable and affordable nutrition for the South African consumer? Each group had to define what sustainability means for them, who their chosen target market was. Once they have brainstormed around gaps in the market and toyed with various concepts and ideas after market research, and then also clearly defined what affordability means for their chosen target market. Groups had to approach all their decisions scientifically. In other words, justify decisions based on either primary data through surveys or interviews or through scientific journals. Since no product could be produced in the NPD labs due to COVID-19 and lockdown, all concepts were therefore mainly based on theory and research. Groups could therefore be a bit more creative and potentially use processes and equipment that we not usually have access to in the laboratory. That is the more positive side of lockdown this year. No sensory analysis occurred, so mock sensory data were given to the students, which enabled them to discuss the degrees of liking of their product and make conclusions and recommendations based on their findings. The students had to include various aspects. They had to identify primary target market, include one food trend of the year 2020. They also had to benchmark their products against existing products on the market. The costing is a very difficult category for us since we're not in a real factory setup producing mass volumes. So to level the playing field and to expose students to some of the aspects in costing, regardless of the target market, we said that everyone is producing 10,000 units per month. They have to work on a minimum wage of 3,500 Rand per person per month. Variable product development and factory costs at 1% had to be calculated. They also had to include distribution costs. They had to look at the percentage margin plus VAT, which equals to 45%, and then also retailer costs and the last 15% VAT. Then they also had to research food safety aspects and look at microbial limits and hazard plans, and then also adhere to at least a minimum shelf life of 7 days. This year, nutritional information was obtained using the nutrition analysis software for professionals called Nutritics. They also had to look at consumer research, include and incorporate South African legislation that they thought pertained to their products, and then also research suitable packaging. Every year, I invite guest speakers from the food industry to share their knowledge and wisdom and experience with the students. This is really an important part where I try to make NPD very relevant. Just before lockdown, we had the pleasure of hosting a few live sessions or face-to-face sessions. And then during lockdown, we converted to online discussions with some of the experts from the industry. Luckily, I recorded some of the presentations last year, so the students could access that as podcasts. For each one of you giving us your time and your experience, I really want to thank you for investing in the future of the food industry. Then to go over to the student prize sponsors, thank you for all of you, quite well-known companies in South Africa. This really is a huge incentive for the students, and I think what gives NPD an edge, especially on a day like today. The prizes are as follows in no particular order. There's a prize for the most commercially viable product from Synacor. The product concept best liked by the audience. So all of you are going to participate in a live poll today. So please make notes as we go through all the presentations, because in the end you have to make a decision, and that prize is sponsored by Microchem. Then there's also a prize for product sensory testing well demonstrated and clearly presented. Since there was no sensory analysis done, the students had to prepare a video where they demonstrated how they would have done sensory analysis with their consumers. And then also we'll see then the way they present the data. And that's sponsored by Phrase and also Yo Sensory Space. And then also best communication of integral food science concepts to a broad audience on a virtual platform, sponsored by Food Safety Excel. Innovis sponsored the most innovative product. Facts complying best with the relevant South African regulations. The best hazard plan sponsored by Intercom. Best overall presentation by SAFOST. The best implemented marketing aspects. The Agri-Sciences faculty sponsored that prize. And then the IPSA Student Awards, which comprise of bronze, silver and gold, is sponsored by the Institute of Packaging SA. And thank you very much to all of you as well. Although no products were manufactured, a lot of companies sent samples to some of the groups to play around with it at home. The connections and the contacts the students make through this exercise is so important for them. Not only do they learn professional communication, but also the whole process and the various aspects linked to suppliers. Thank you for your willingness to share and help the students as well. Then for the lucky draw, there's going to be 2 lucky draws. Thank you to SA Olive for sponsoring the 2 lucky draw prizes of award-winning South African extra virgin olive oil. All of these oils have been approved by the South African Olive Commitment to Compliance, or CTC scheme, confirming that it actually is 100% locally produced according to international standards. So 2 of you are going to walk away today with the promise of a delivery of extra virgin olive oil, so please stay tuned in. Then the online services sponsored, a big thank you to Food Focus team for hosting this event for us. Your team rock. I really want to thank Adele for her hard work, patience and attention to detail behind the scenes. You are incredible to work with. And then also thank you for Linda, our MC for today. Then I want to thank Leanne Silver for providing us with free access this year on the Nutritics analysis software. It was a lifesaver when lockdown hit us. Without the software, we would not have been able to produce a nutritional information table or identify potential claims. And then also thank you to SAFOST for advertising this event for us. They've done so for many, many years, and a big thank you from my side. And then also thank you to other companies and individuals sharing this event on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Twitter. We really appreciate it. And I'm glad that we have a record attendance today. Then the packaging judges. The packaging prizes were judged last week already, and that were based on reports that the students wrote, as well as PowerPoint presentations. And this was done by Susan Featherstone, Ingrid Skuman, and John Fox. Thank you very much for your assistance in this as well. And then some of the NPD prizes have already been screened, and I know some of the winners already. And thank you to Karen and Rolf Eis, Dr. Heidi Grimmer and Krishna Fulyoon, who's going to judge some of the prizes today still. And then the other judges that's also participating today for some of the prizes is Colleen Hanekom, Dr. Fru Nishe, Dr. Nikki Hogan, Carla Groenewald, Dr. Deborah van der Merwe, and Lisa Ronquist Ross. Thank you for all of your time and effort as well, taking a day off and participating in our NPD Day. It really means a lot to us. Thank you. Then this cannot happen with only one person. It is really a team of people behind all of this. So I really want to thank Professor Pieter Gous and Dr. Janine Marais. Peter helps and check that we do the correct, that the students do the correct things with regards to food safety to ensure that the products will be safe at the end of the day. And then Janine helped with the sensory evaluation to make sure that the students ask the right questions and do the evaluations in the correct manner. Thank you very much for your help and assistance throughout this year. And then also Megan, Arendse, Veronique Himan, and Gertrude Koopman this year. Thank you for your assistance. And then I would have also not been able to do this without the Demis. Marby and Tai and Lenay, thank you very much for your help. They give feedback to the students, help read the reports and mark the reports, which is lengthy documents this year. And then I also want to thank Lenay specifically. She's very good in graphic design, and thank you very much for your help putting the invitation and the program and the PowerPoint, some of the graphics on there. It was her work. Thank you very much for that. Then the last but not least, the students, you are the stars of today. Thank you for your hard work. You are always so positive, and I really enjoyed working with you. You had to overcome huge problems this year, change from face-to-face to online, still work together as groups. Thank you for your hard work and your enthusiasm. I really appreciate this, and I really want you to do not stress today and enjoy today. We look forward to hear what you have developed through this year. And then I just want to thank all the guests or the attendants, the people that's attending today. Thank you for taking time off your busy schedules and taking part and listening to what the students came up with this year. So if any one of you want to get involved in the NPD process in any way, please do not hesitate to contact me. You can email me at marisel@sun.ac.za. Thank you very much and enjoy the day.
Molweni, goeiemorgen, good morning everyone. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce Gluti after what has been a strange and unfamiliar year for us all. Gluti is a meat imitation product consisting of chicken-flavored seitan strips in a chakalaka sauce with red kidney beans. Seitan, the meat imitation component of the product, is made mainly from vital wheat gluten. It mimics the taste and texture of meat. The chakalaka sauce lends the product a traditional South African taste, while the red kidney beans ensure a product with a complete amino acid profile. The product will be packaged in a 500 milliliter Tetra Ricard. The word gluti means to be satiated in isiXhosa, which is a clever reference to the main ingredient, gluten. Our ultimate reason for developing the product was to provide an inexpensive protein source to South African consumers. In South Africa, lower annual household income results in a limited diet that mainly consists of starch-based foods. Research indicates that in these households, the consumption of meat is limited. There is thus a significant shortfall of protein intake due to economic constraints. Research also indicates that food demand will increase with 70% by 2050. This is troubling as the production of food equates to 30% of the world's greenhouse gases. It is also estimated that about 71% of the rainforest conversion is being used for cattle ranching, and 14% used to produce animal feed. Thus, nutrition to us was providing a protein source to a group of South African consumers who cannot afford to buy meat products regularly. We decided to do this through the use of gluten, as meat alternatives are more affordable and environmentally friendly compared to the meat industry. Tetra Ricot is also affordable and will meet the needs of mindful consumers.
Socioeconomic measure, or SEM, was used to define the primary and secondary target market of gluten. Gluten is to be marketed at consumers who desire a more affordable source of protein. SEM groups 5 and 6 were identified as the primary target market. The monthly income of consumers in SEM groups 5 and 6 is 9,571 Rand as of 2019. The target audience for gluten is a working class person between the age of 18 and 50 who does not have a lot of time or money to feed their family. But gluten can be enjoyed by all South Africans. Vegetarians were chosen as the secondary target market. Vegetarianism is a lifestyle rather than an income-based classification, increasing the number of consumers gluten will be marketed to. It was found in 2019 that poultry was the most bought meat product, likely due to the affordability thereof. It was therefore decided that gluten should mimic the taste and texture of chicken. The target market research showed that 71% of the primary target market consumers found the price of meat products expensive. The price of gluten may look high compared to traditional protein products, but keep in mind that gluten can be enjoyed on its own, whereas other meat products require more food groups to make it a meal. The price of the main protein source in our product, seitan, is a more accurate representation. A benchmark analysis was conducted for both the primary and secondary target market, since the competitive products differ significantly for the different target markets. The primary target market benchmark analysis found similar products that are marketed as complete meals. These products are ready to eat, just as gluten. It can be seen that the price of gluten comes to 8 Rand and 40 cents per 100 grams. It was found through market research that South African vegetarians are not very familiar with seitan. The secondary target market benchmark analysis showed that meat alternatives available to consumers are expensive and not inclusive for all South African consumers. The benchmark analysis found that there are less complete meals available for vegetarian consumers. Most of the products in the benchmark analysis require more food groups to make it a meal.
Gluten follows numerous trends, including being a meat-free, dairy-free and soy-free product. The chakalaka flavor in gluten is a traditional South African flavor which originated in the mines of Johannesburg. This makes gluten a traditional flavor as well as an innovational product. The sustainability of a product is becoming more and more of a popular trend among consumers. With gluten, both the ingredients sourced as well as the packaging is done in a sustainable way. SWOT analyses are used to look at the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, as well as the threats of gluten compared to other products currently on the market. Strengths are factors that can positively influence a consumer's perception of gluten. These included being the first product of its kind in South Africa, its affordability, and gluten having a protein content which is comparable to traditional meat products. Weaknesses obstruct the desired consumer's perception of gluten. Seeing as our product is mainly comprised of gluten, people with gluten intolerances, as well as consumers with gluten allergies, will unfortunately not be able to consume our product. Another weakness is that the sensory attributes of gluten, when compared to traditional meat products, may vary slightly.
Physicians have nurses flows to produce gluten. The production of seitan was the most challenging process to develop. Since we could not have production trials, we did a lot of research. Yes.
Sorry, Yana, I'm just interrupting you. I apologize, my sweet. Could you please move closer to your microphone? Your sound is a little bit soft. We just want to hear you. Try that again from the top, please.
No problem. Is this better?
That's perfect. Off you go.
Okay, thank you. This is the entire process flow to produce gluten. The production of seitan was the most challenging process to develop. Since we could not have production trials, we did a lot of research into which ingredients will ensure the production of seitan with a satisfactory texture as well as nutritional quality. Since lysine is a limiting amino acid for gluten, one of our main priorities was to ensure that our final product has a complete amino acid profile. For this reason, we made use of red kidney beans in gluten as well as other plant-based proteins in seitan. Oat flour, chickpea flour, and nutritional yeast was included in the formulation of seitan as it will ensure a wheat gluten product with a satisfying structure, texture, and firmness as well as nutritional quality. The addition of other plant-based proteins limits the formation of disulfide bonds in gluten, introducing other polymerization formats, improving the overall structure of seitan. The difference in structure can be attributed to the cross-linking capabilities of the protein fractions as well as the interaction between the different protein fractions. Furthermore, the extended mixing of seitan in a thin mixer will aid in achieving a fibrous structure. The reason for this is that mixing after hydration results in the unfolding of tightly packed proteins and viscoelastic networks are formed instead. Prolonged mixing will result in a protein structure with maximum homogeneity. The structure of gluten will be much thinner after prolonged mixing, giving a more fibrous structure to seitan. Mixing further increases the opportunity for the interaction between proteins, as well as the increase in conformational changes. As a result, the reorientation of non-covalent and covalent bonds can take place. Boiling is the most recommended method for cooking seitan. However, since gluten can take up twice its own weight in water, direct boiling may result in a dense mass. The dough is therefore first baked, after which the seitan is boiled. The heat treatment is required for the polymerization of the protein. Since a mixture of different plant proteins is used instead of only gluten, the structure will be less dense and more fibrous. The pH of the tarsalaka sauce is seen as a critical control point. The reason for this is that in the case where the pH is above 3.8, the acidification of gluten may not be adequate. The source pH must be determined for each batch produced. The source and internal pH, particle pH of each finished batch must also be checked within 24 hours of production to ensure acidification was effective. The non-sterile product is filled into the packaging, which is then sealed and resorted. A Tetra Pak R2 machine is used for the forming, filling, and sealing of the packaging. In the final step of production, gluten is retorted to ensure commercial sterility. It is extremely important to ensure that the retorting process is done with precision, since any error in this process may lead to the product not being shelf-stable for the entirety of its shelf life.
Processing aims to render gluten commercially sterile to ensure a shelf-stable product with a shelf life of 2 years. In order to determine the processing conditions required to achieve commercial sterility, the heating and cooling behavior of the product packaging combination in a specific retort system first needs to be determined by conducting a heat penetration study. These determinations are made by placing a temperature sensor or thermocouple in the product at the slowest heating region of the container. After processing, a forced incubation test can also be performed to test for commercial sterility. Multiple factors, known as intrinsic parameters, influence the processing requirements and help to prevent the growth of any surviving spores. Since the theoretically determined water activity of gluten, which is 0.93, and the anaerobic conditions within the tetrarechate support or allow the growth of various anaerobic microorganisms, other hurdles need to ensure a safe product, as it is ultimately the interplay between factors that determine whether a microorganism will grow or not. The pH value is the most important intrinsic factor, as it affects the time-temperature combination used in processing. Most organisms that can grow at our theoretically determined pH of 4.6 will be killed by the retort process, except for heat-resistant spores produced by some microorganisms. The main concern in thermally processed foods in the low and medium acid range is Clostridium botulinum, since it has the most heat-resistant spores. Therefore, the minimum heat process to ensure commercial sterility should entail a 12 log reduction of these spores. Our selected time-temperature combination of 3.2 minutes at 121 degrees Celsius is sufficient for this purpose. The anaerobic plate count is used as an indication of post-processing contamination, while other microorganisms like Listeria monocytogenes and Salmonella are indicators of post-process contamination, leakage, or underprocessing.
Chemical tests should be conducted using the official AOAC methods of analysis. The results obtained should then be used to determine the nutritional table of contents and nutritional claims as per R146. Theoretical nutritional information was obtained using an online platform called Nutritics. Much like any other product, Gluti was produced and designed in accordance with the legislation set out by the respective departments of South African government. Our product can make various nutritional claims based on the limits set out by R146 of the Foodstuffs, Cosmetics and Disinfectants Act of 1972 of the Department of Health. Gluti can claim for a source of energy due to the product having more than 170 kilojoules per 100 grams of solid. It's high in protein, seeing as it has 15.8 grams of protein per 100 gram of product. Low in total fats, seeing as it has less than 3 grams per 100 grams of total product. And it can claim for a source of dietary fiber, as it has more than 3 but less than 6 grams per 100 grams of solid product. Other claims that can be made include that the product is free from cholesterol as well as vegetarian. The relevant legislations that are used during the formulation process of Gluti can be seen here. These legislations are in accordance with the essential composition of the product, quality and nutritional factors, any food additives or contaminants in the product, the weight and measures of the ingredients, methods of analysis and sampling of the raw ingredients, as well as the labeling laws of the product.
Consumer testing was conducted using 50 unclaimed consumers to test 2 Gluti-flavored variants, namely A, curry-flavored Gluti, and B, chakalaka-flavored Gluti. Participants were asked to rank the attributes such as appearance, aroma, mouthfeel, and taste for each variant on a 9-point hedonic scale. A simple pet preference test was done where the consumer panel had to choose which flavor they preferred overall. The sensory analysis was done on consumers of the primary target market between the ages of 18 and 50 years. On the graph, the hedonic rating mean is presented on the y-axis for each attribute per variant. The data label letters indicate if the attributes were significantly different or not. If the letters are the same, the variants do not differ significantly for a specific attribute. If the letters are different, the variants differ significantly for a specific attribute. The chakalaka-flavored Gluti had the highest score for appearance, aroma, and mouthfeel, and the curry-flavored Gluti had the highest score for taste. According to our statistical analysis, the p-value for the appearance attribute was smaller than 0.05. This indicates that the 2 variants differed significantly in appearance. As can be seen on the graph, chakalaka-flavored Gluti had the highest mean score value for appearance. As for taste, consumers prefer the curry-flavored Gluti. This p-value was also smaller than 0.05, therefore the attributes differed significantly. The null hypothesis was therefore rejected for both appearance and taste. The chakalaka-flavored Gluti had the highest mean score value for both aroma and mouthfeel. By looking at the separate mean scores on the graph, one can also conclude that the 2 variants did not differ significantly for both aroma and mouthfeel.
Both attributes had a p-value larger than 0.05, which showed that the values are not significantly different. The null hypothesis was therefore accepted for both aroma and mouthfeel. It can be concluded that the two variants were more or less similar in aroma and mouthfeel and different in appearance and taste. A simple preference test was conducted where consumers were asked which flavor they preferred overall. According to the chart, more than 60% of the consumer panel preferred variant B, which was the Sakalaka flavored Gluti.
The chosen packaging for Gluti is a retortable carton from Tetra Pak. The packaging is made of paperboard, aluminium foil, and polypropylene, which are all laminated together. The different layers work together as a collective to give the packaging moisture, light, grease, and oxygen barrier properties. These barrier properties, together with thermal processing, ensures that Gluti will have a shelf life of 2 years. Tetra Pak requires 9 times less space than an equivalent size can pre-filling. This is because the Tetra Pak are transported as blanks that are not yet folded into the final box shape. Once the packaging has been filled, it then requires 40% less space. This geometrical advantage allows us to cut costs on transportation while also improving the sustainability of our product. The packaging can be recycled to form plasticized wood, which is used to produce chairs, tables, or even fences. Another recycling method is to separate the packaging into its layers, whereby the paperboard layer is used to produce paper boxes for eggs. These two recycling methods show the versatility of this packaging and its ability to fit into different recycling systems. The direct variable cost of production as well as the distribution cost was calculated to determine the product cost per selling unit. A profit margin of 15% was chosen as this is not a luxury item, and the aim of Gluti is to provide an inexpensive product to our consumer. It is recommended to start out with this low profit margin for the first 2 years so that the product can be established in the market. After 2 years, the profit margin will be increased to 20%. After the retailer adds 35% as well, the price to the consumer is 40 Rand 33 cents for a single container of Gluti. Even though this final price is higher than we anticipated, it is important to note that the 35% profit margin adds significantly to the final price. This margin would likely be less in reality, especially since we set out to sell our product to spaza shops and low-income supermarkets. Assuming that 10,000 units are sold per month, a profit margin of approximately 22,790 can be expected monthly for the first 2 years, whereafter a profit can be increased to 24,540.
Some aspects that make Gluti stand out are the shwe-shwe-inspired design of the package, the attractive billboard effect during retail display, the long shelf life which reduces food waste. Gluti is easy to carry, store and prepare. It is also easy to open and reclosure is possible. Gluti can be enjoyed on its own or be in addition to any meal. Lastly, 1 carton of Gluti can be shared among 4 people, allowing for a great opportunity of unification.
The first recommendation that we can make is to expand on the available flavor variants of this product. Some flavor possibilities to consider are a barbecue chicken and a chicken stew flavor. The variety of packaging sizes can also be expanded to maybe include single and double servings. Encapsulated lysine can be added if after chemical analysis it turns out the lysine content of this product is still too low. Gluti can also be fortified with various vitamins and minerals if desired. The addition of a high protein binder might also be necessary if it becomes evident that the protein component of Gluti does not remain intact over the entire duration of its shelf life. We would like to thank everyone that provided us with information and assistance during the research of this project, as well as willing sponsors. Furthermore, we would like to thank Stellenbosch University, in particular the Department of Food Science, with special thanks to all the hard-working lecturers, technical assistants, and demonstrators with guiding us through this year.
Great, thank you so much.
Here you can see all the hard-working members.
Go ahead, sorry.
Sorry. Here you can see all the hard-working members of our team. We would like to thank you from the bottom of our hearts for listening, and we welcome any questions.
Thank you, Alana. Sorry that I interrupted you there. That wasn't my timing wasn't quite right at that point. Right, ladies, I'd like to ask you to put your webcams on, please, so that we can at least see you while we're asking some questions of you. And I'm also going to ask all of the judges to please indicate, unmute yourself so that we can have some questions. First of all, from the judging panel. I do have a couple of questions from the audience, but we would like the judges to first go ahead. And I know, ladies, that you do have a couple of additional slides that you would like to, if necessary, that you're welcome to share with us. Before we give Chris into the limelight, Chris, I just want to make a note for everybody's benefit. First of all, you need to appreciate that there are 43 students, and 43 students have got 43 cameras and 43 microphones. So to get everybody into where they need to be can be a little bit of a challenge. Also, please note, this morning at about 8 o'clock, Jana had a crisis. There was a power cut on their farm, and so Jana had to charge into town in order to be able to participate in this very first group. So Jana, we know that your sound wasn't 100% perfect, but we do understand, and well done on making a plan to make it as easy as possible for you to be a part of the session today. Right, I'm going to now ask the judges if you have any questions. Please, won't you go ahead? Nikki, I see that you have your unmute. Won't you please go ahead with your question?
Yes, so I have two questions, if I can be so bold. Firstly, did you consider if gluten intolerance is an issue for your primary and secondary target market? And because you said your primary target market is this SEM, and then your secondary is the vegetarian group, is gluten intolerance an issue, a major issue in those two groups? I know it's a bit different because obviously with vegetarians, you can't really necessarily establish that, but gluten intolerance is also a bit of a, or not gluten intolerance is a trend, gluten-free is a bit of a trend. Do you think that would influence the marketing of your product or the selling of your product? Yes, Josephine.
Yes, I just want to say that the actual statistics about the amount of South Africans that have gluten intolerances or allergies is unknown, but I don't think it would affect, I think it can partially affect our target market, but we're just aiming for the majority of those. That is one of our downfalls in our SWOT analysis, that consumers that do have allergies can't consume the product. So it might affect our target market, but the statistics about the amount of South Africans that have allergies and intolerances are unknown.
Okay. Can I ask a second question? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to add also that I think that the main concern of our primary target market is affordability. So I think that is the main aspect that is their driving force when they would buy something like Goodie. It's not necessarily so focused on the intolerance.
Okay, that actually leads into my second question, which is with targeting a lower SEM group, you tend to have to overcome the hurdle of newness of a product, especially when I know you said that it might be slightly cheaper, but your price was more than your primary target market benchmark products. How do you go about overcoming that hurdle of convincing someone where every rand for them is so important? How would you overcome marketing your product to them? Because obviously you're up against meat products, to be fair.
Ladies?
Yes, Nicola.
Yeah. So if I understand what you're saying about the price was higher than we anticipated, but we feel that because our product has a better nutritional content compared to these other products, that the consumer would, once they know about the nutritional content, they would be more inclined to buy the product. And therefore, and that was also the reason for the chakalaka flavoring, because it is in these in the target market, it is a flavorant that they are more used to.
Okay, thank you very much. That answers my question.
Krishna, you have a question. Would you like to go ahead? Thank you.
Good morning. I just have a question on when you listed the positive aspects of Gluti, you mentioned unification in one of the blocks there, but can you maybe just elaborate on what is meant by the term unification?
When we added that to, sorry, when we added that, the idea was that a tetra record is about 400 milliliters, and we worked it out that one serving would be about 100 milliliters. So the idea was that when you buy one carton and for your family of 4, then everyone can come together at the table and you can enjoy the one carton and share it among your family. Or even with friends, if people come over, and you can then share this box with 3 other people.
Thank you, Andrea. And then just one more question on the term seitan, which is the chicken alternative. Do you think your target market are familiar with the word, and would they, if they see it on the shelf, would they know what it is and reach out and buy that product? Yes, Nicola?
So we did in our secondary target market research, we found that even vegetarians in South Africa are not very familiar with seitan. Although they might have heard of it, it is not currently something that is on the market. And so with the primary target market, it is also something that they would be unfamiliar with. But because of the cost and, again, the nutritional content of the product, we hope that they would learn what it is through our product.
Okay, Velona, you wanted to say something? And then Andrea, yeah, Velona?
I just want to add to that. So we use the word... Sorry, Andrea. We use the word seitan to explain then what it is, the component, but on the packaging itself, I don't think we use the word seitan. There's a description of what is in the package, which says wheat gluten strips. So we don't actually use the word seitan on the front of the packaging, so I don't think that will influence the consumers. We have a description instead.
Okay, thank you. Andrea?
Dr.
I also wanted to say something similar than that.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you, girls. I'm done.
Thanks. Dr. Panamata, please go ahead with your question.
Hi, thank you for a great presentation and I think it was very well put together in spite of all your challenges. I had a question about the taste of the product. When I look at the nutritional content, it's got high protein and very high in fiber, but the sugar is very low. Did you compare the taste to a similar product on the market? You compared the 2 variants, but what is it like comparative to similar products on the market?
Sorry, this is Yana. I come with the connectivity. I can't open my camera, but I can answer that one for us. So we do have some sugar in the chakalaka sauce, and we haven't looked at different on the market. We didn't check specifically the sugar because we wanted to go for a bit more of that umami flavor and more salt. So we steered clear of sugar, and that's also one of the reasons why we use in the seitan especially We use oat flour and nutritional yeast as well, as those will also add to the more green tea flavor than a sweet flavor.
Okay, but in general, does the product have a good taste?
Alana, go ahead.
I just want to add, Jana, since we couldn't actually produce the product, that is very difficult to actually determine because we never made it and it couldn't be actually tasted. So that is something to consider in the future if the product would be produced.
Okay.
I think what's important to note at this point is none of you have been able to make the product due to the restrictions. So in this case, I think although the question I think is valid, I think it's taken into consideration, you know, the current circumstances. Dr. Frew, your question, please.
Good morning, ladies. First, I'd like to congratulate you for your effort in putting together your project. I think Team Shluti, you've done very, very well in doing that. And Yana, to you specifically for not giving up despite the challenge you had in the morning. So well done there. I've got first a comment I want to make around affordability. So what you need to take into account as you move forward with this is the current circumstances with COVID. Lots of people have lost their jobs. The people that have taken salary cuts, so affordability becomes a really, really important aspect of their shopping behavior. And if I look at the SEM that you're looking for, that becomes even far more important. So be conscious of that. Your ingredients are very interesting. They're familiar ingredients. I don't think we should worry about the gluten. People consume a lot of bread in this country. So I think from that perspective, you don't have to worry about that too much. But the question I had was, you had pH as your critical control point. And what I didn't see was what you used to be able to control the pH to what you wanted. You did state the pH, but I wasn't quite sure what is it that you actually use to ensure that that critical control point is what you need it to be at each processing.
Hi, Dr. Frew, Jana again, if I can answer that one for you. So we make use of base of our sauce is tomato pulp and also vinegar. That's our two main, I don't want to say ingredients, we have a lot of vegetables in there as well, but those are the two we will use to control the pH. So if we formulate the sauce, test the pH, and we are above 3.8, we will look to use, sorry, we will look to use vinegar to acidify or to get it to the correct pH in the case where it is too low. Too high, I mean, sorry.
Okay, thank you. That's clear. Thank you.
Sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. Colleen, you have a question. Won't you unmute yourself and give us your question, please?
Sure, sorry, trying to figure out how to make this simpler. Hi team, thanks so much for the presentation. I think really exciting, just a little bit of context for the company that I work for from Unilever. This is a massive trend for us as well, which is plant-based protein and what we call new meat. So it's really exciting to see what everyone's come up with. So maybe just a question for me, and it leads in a little bit to what Nikki had asked. When you looked at your secondary target market, you talked about vegetarians. Did you look a little bit wider at what we call vegans? Would this product be vegan suitable? It is an up and coming trend. A lot of people are tapping into that lifestyle choice. And then also a little bit around the trend of flexitarian, which is people sort of like getting onto the bandwagon of saying some days in the week I eat plant-based or completely a vegetarian meal because I feel it's better for my health and it's also better for the environment. So did you look into that as a possible secondary target market, given sort of like the price point that you're ending up with? It might be a bit more affordable to that consumer. So maybe just your thoughts.
Hi. So yes, the vegetarians as the secondary target market, we also, that would include flexitarians. So yes, but and also the price point for them would be more affordable. So it could be marketed to people who only enjoy vegetarian meals as every once a week or whatever they would prefer. But I am not completely sure about the veganism. Maybe Jana can help me out.
Jana, can you hear us?
Yeah, yes, I can. Sorry, I am here. With the vegan, originally we decided on vegetarian just because in the beginning we did have some issues just with sorting out the flavor and the flavoring of our the flavor we will use for to get the chicken flavor. And one of those where we excluded not vegetarians, vegans at first. But it is something we can go back to our ingredient list and just double check to see if it will be suitable for the vegan diet and then include them. But also saying that our main focus was on primary target market and then to make sure that we get more the chicken flavor for them before going into the other trends. So it is something we can expand on. But I see Josephine also raised her hand to add to the question.
Yes, I just want to add to what Jana said. So to flavor the actual seitan, we wanted to also boil it in a broth just to get additional flavor. And we were looking at a chicken broth or of sort. And then also in one of our formulations for the actual ingredients of the product, the sauce that we used for the chakalaka could contain one of the possible allergens was cow's milk or lactose. So that was a potential allergen, which I think one could move around now for production and so on. You could try and find a alternative, but that was our main concern.
Thanks, guys.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Lisa, you've got a question. Please go ahead.
Thank you, and well done to all of you for being able to shift and be able to work virtually together. It's certainly not easy, and great presentation. I have two questions. One is around in terms of cost and affordability. Did you consider potentially doing a plain version to give that versatility to consumers to use it in the way they'd like to use it? And that could also be able to potentially drop the price point. So an unflavored, unsourced version. And the other one was obviously this packaging as a retort carton for a ready meal would be quite unfamiliar for consumers. How would you try to get trial in order for consumers to be able to actually see that that is a meal in there? How would you go about that?
If I could answer the
Andrea, go ahead.
If I could answer the second question to make people more aware of the content, I think that one thing we can possibly do is put a picture, an attractive picture of our product on the outside of the carton to lure in the consumers and make them aware of what this product actually is and how it would look on their plate, and maybe increase the desire for that specific product. For our product.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andrea. Would someone like to answer part one of the question?
Yes. For part one of the question, it is something we can look into because we can produce the seitan only as is with a little bit of flavor in there. Just so because it has quite. I have made it. I know I've made it, and Josephine has made it. Not with all the ingredients and so. But it has it's very bland if you don't add anything, but it is possible and it is done. I know in America, especially, in the US, where you can buy like you would buy a chicken breast, you can buy a seitan, just a piece of that, so that the consumer can prepare that in whatever way they would like to do that. But for that, we would have to look into how to make that shelf stable because it will need to be refrigerated and so. But the process of producing that would then ultimately be the same. We just won't most likely not retort it like we do in this case. And the reason we decided to go with more the meal concept, where we have your beans and you have your sauce as well, it's just for the convenience aspect as well. But at the end of the day, it is possible for us to only produce the seitan, but yeah, then it would look like your chicken breast on the shelf. It would have the same look, and then the consumer can prepare it.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Guys, one question from the audience before we say goodbye to you. We have a question regarding the statement that you made about the fact that you can close the product. So obviously it's a retorted product, but you can now put it in the fridge. What is the shelf life once it has been opened, and what are the storage instructions for once it's been opened? Anyone? Go ahead, Nicola.
I'm not quite sure about the shelf life once it's been opened, but the storage instructions is similar to what you would see on other products, which would be to refrigerate and then consume within 4 days, I think.
Okay. But, go ahead. Well, Balana?
I would like to add to Nicola's answer. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I would like to add to Nicola's answer just in terms of we said reclosure. So resealing the product isn't possible, but reclosure just by that only means that you fold the flaps down again at the side of the carton. So it's already open, and obviously the conditions inside is not anaerobic anymore. So you can refrigerate the product then, but we do suggest on the packaging to remove it from the original container once opened and store like in a plastic container in the refrigerator. So just to clarify on that.
Perfect. Good, good, good. Okay, Dr. Prue, last question from the judge panel, then we're moving on to the next group.
Quick one, guys. You were very clear on your cost of manufacture. What I wasn't clear on is your logistics cost, your distribution cost. Are you sure you're not undercosting your product? Because I did not see any distribution or marketing cost in your profit and loss that you shared.
If I can answer that one, we did calculate what our distribution cost will be. Let me just, sorry, I'm trying to just open the correct sheet. We did have a...
So I saw now our distribution cost per unit is R1.45. It was on our cost.
Go ahead, Jana.
So, okay, no problem. I know for the distribution cost as well, that was, we had to use a certain formulation to do that, but yeah, so it's not necessarily for the advantage of our packaging where we have a lighter package and we can fit more packages in a pack. That's not necessarily included in our distribution cost, just because that wasn't taken into account with the format we had to use.
Okay, right. So certain requirements for the task were specified, given the fact that there were some constraints. So what you're saying is you used the information that was provided in order to come to your costing. Great, ladies, thank you so much. It's never fun being first, but the good thing is that it's over now and you get to now relax and enjoy the rest of the presentations. So thank you very much. You can now all breathe, and which is really going to be quite important for the rest of today, and you can enjoy the rest of the presentation. So thank you so much. Right, we're now moving on to group number 2, and so group number 2 is going to be chatting to us about this amazing product called Gear Up, and so I'm just making sure that I can find their presenter. We have Kirsten Buchanan, who's going to be taking us through this presentation. So Kirsty, it's over to you. Thank you very much.
Today, we would like to introduce a new product, a new brand, and a new way to go about developing innovative solutions to problems you might not know existed. We were tasked with developing a new product that conformed to a theme. Where does science meet NPD in addressing sustainable and affordable nutrition for the South African consumer? As a group, we agreed that a sustainable food system should be profitable, have a neutral or positive impact on the environment, and have benefits for society. We defined affordability as being able to develop a nutritious product that is inexpensive to the majority of South Africans. The cost should be within the target market's financial means and yet be able to provide the necessary energy and nutrients needed in one's diet. The team defined a nutritious product as one that provides the nutrients needed to maintain health, feel good, and provide enough energy for optimum function. Unfortunately, malnutrition is common in South Africa. Malnutrition is a sign of a nutritional gap. As food scientists, we believe in the importance of bridging a nutritional gap. We want to make an impactful difference in the lives of South Africans. We achieved this aim through nutritional landscaping. This involved conducting extensive research to identify unique insights to the diet and lifestyle of the target consumers to highlight the nutritional deficiencies of that group. Science was integral to the theme. We took a scientific approach by using peer-reviewed studies while researching all aspects from identifying the product concept to analyzing consumer analysis data. This was especially prevalent given the theoretical nature of this project.
Studies have found that approximately 50% of the South African population is food insecure, and a significant portion of the South African population goes hungry. In Kenya, it was found that education played a significant role in determining the likelihood of food insecurities of households. It would then seem reasonable to assume that educational success could help curb the risk of food insecurity within South Africa. Most children in South Africa attend school between the ages of 7 to 15, with a sharp decline after this age as school is no longer compulsory. Stats SA found that the most common reason for dropping out was a lack of money for fees. Now let us look at the second most common reason, poor academic performance. Numerous studies have found the link between nutrition and health and thinking skills of learners, which can influence academic performance. A student who skips breakfast is also more likely to have difficulties with problem solving and memory recall. With this in mind, we wanted to find out what happens when you supplement individuals with the micronutrients in which they are deficient. Those with anemia were at academic disadvantage in comparison to learners who are not anemic. Iron supplementation in these individuals improved their academic performance. So, how do we as a group address the nutritional gap while considering each aspect of the 2020 NPD brief? We believe that the solution would be to provide an affordable, iron-dense drink with adequate energy for the high school students so that they can gear up for the day.
Our chocolate-flavored drink was made using lentils, sweet potatoes, and maize, and is ideal for someone on the go. We opted to make this product dairy-free in alignment with various trends, as well as to address the sustainability issues often associated with dairy products. The use of vegetables and legumes helped to improve the affordability and sustainability of the product. Maize brought familiarity to the product, as it is a staple crop in South Africa. We are confident that this concept can fill the nutritional gap we have identified. Along with our flagship chocolate flavor, we decided to produce an alternative peanut butter flavor. Legislation in South Africa requires a product name to provide a true description of the nature of the product. To best comply to regulations, we believe that one product name for two flavor variants would not suffice. Therefore, for unity, the brand Gear Up was created. The brand name was derived from the expression gearing up or getting ready. We felt that this brand name perfectly fit with our intent, and the slogan for the day emphasized this. The decision to brand our product comes with numerous benefits. Consistent representation of a brand has the potential to increase revenue by up to 23%. Additionally, 77% of marketers believe that branding is crucial for growth. The product concept addressed two food trends. This included the trend for plant-based alternatives to minimize the environmental impact caused by animal-based products, and the convenience food trend to complement the on-the-go attitude of today's population.
We considered the socio-economic measure or SEM model as opposed to the traditional LSM model when choosing our target market.
This model is considered more stable than LSM classifications. 14 key inputs are used to develop a score from 0 to 100 that determines the SEM group. SEM1 represents the lowest socioeconomic status, while SEM10 is the highest. About 71% of the population falls within the lower SEM groups. We identified the need to create an affordable product for the low to mid SEM groups while still considering a large proportion of the South African population. SEM groups may be grouped together into 5 supergroups based on the score. We selected the mid to higher range of Supergroup 3 as the target market. Supergroup 3 encompasses the largest proportion of the population, about 34%. SEM 5 and 6 both entirely fall within Supergroup 3, and thus these were the groups of most interest.
The ideal primary target market for Gear Up products are high school scholars between the ages of 13 to 18. These scholars fall within the mid-range of Supergroup 3. The ideal scholar has limited time in the mornings and therefore often skips breakfast. The secondary target market was also selected to further confirm the product's viability. Most characteristics are the same, except that these scholars are in the higher range of the SEM spectrum, and thus they have a higher spending capacity. To fully understand our target market, we developed a primary target profile. Meet Nandi. She is a 15-year-old female grade 9 learner living in a small apartment. Nandi often wakes up late and doesn't have time for breakfast. Nandi's family generally eats maize meal. She often struggles to concentrate at school, and as a result, she is concerned that the marks are not good enough to continue her schooling. We firmly believe that the importance of market research cannot be overlooked. 2 market research surveys were conducted. The first survey was sent out to the desired target market to assess the consumer reaction to the product. The key points are discussed. 57% of the respondents indicated that they would be interested in trying a product like the Gear Up products. Chocolate flavor was an overwhelming favorite among 83% of the respondents and was therefore selected as the flagship flavor. Peanut butter flavor was the second most liked flavor among the consumers and was therefore included during development. These results should suggest that the Gear Up products could be viable. A second market research survey expanded the scope of the research to the secondary target market. Primary and secondary target market respondents were identified by using the key inputs of the SEM model. 2 key questions were asked: how often the consumers ate breakfast and the reason for not consuming breakfast. More than 50% of the respondents indicated that they did not always eat breakfast. Of those that did not always consume breakfast, 40% indicated that this was due to poor time management and 38% indicated a lack of appetite. Here are products offer a solution to both these problems. The products are shelf-stable, ready to drink, and available in a single serving, perfect for consumption on the go. And alternatively, the tightly sealed product could be taken to school with a scholar to consume later in the day. The direct competition for Gear Up products would be products consumed in the morning by the target market. However, a benchmark analysis was performed on the indirect competition. These products are of similar nature to the Gear Up products. While Gear Up products are not the cheapest option, it still falls within the range of the competitors. A key point of difference is that Gear Up products are vegan. Apart from sustainability, a vegan claim could be beneficial as approximately 81% of the South African population is lactose intolerant. Additional points of difference include shelf stability at ambient temperatures and being ready to drink, giving the brand a competitive edge, since no competitor offers all 3.
A SWOT analysis was conducted to assess whether Gear Up products had the potential to fill the gap in the market or fell short. A strength is shelf stability at ambient temperatures. Weaknesses of the product include the fact that the product contained both an allergen and a GMO. The increasing popularity of ready-to-drink products is an exciting opportunity. However, aggressive marketing tactics of competitors may pose a potential threat. The analysis was used as a guide throughout the development for constant improvement of the final product.
The processing steps for Gear Up were carefully selected using sustainable, energy, and cost-effective processing methods. A 15-step process flow was identified for the production of the Gear Up products. Ingredients are offloaded, stored, and received. The preparation of the 3 main ingredients followed. Lentils were soaked in water, microwaved, mashed, and treated with a phytase enzyme. This enzyme was added to improve the bioavailability of the minerals present. Sweet potato preparation included scrubbing, cutting, and steaming until soft. The starch present in the maize flour was broken down using enzymes. This involved breaking down the starch molecules into simpler sugars. To increase the effectiveness of the enzyme, starch was gelatinized by heating a maize water slurry to 95 degrees Celsius. This means that granules that contain starch absorb water, swell, and rupture. The liquefaction process is the first step in breaking down starch. At 70 degrees Celsius, an alpha amylase enzyme breaks down the starch in the maize slurry into shorter chains, thereby reducing the consistency of the slurry. The temperature is reduced from 70 to 50 degrees Celsius for a second alpha amylase enzyme to break down the shorter chains further into maltose, maltotriose, and glucose. This process is known as saccharification. This combination produces a rounded sweetness in the final product. Both enzymes were then deactivated. The prepared lentils, sweet potatoes, and maize flour slurry were blended with water and soya protein concentrate. Particles were separated using a shaker sieve. The remaining ingredients were then added under agitation. Following this, the product underwent ultra-high temperature treatment, aseptic homogenization, and was cooled in line until it reached 21 to 24 degrees Celsius. The cooled product was stored in an aseptic tank where it was maintained at this temperature until packaging. The product was then aseptically cold-filled, transported to a storage area, and stored until needed. The UHT process was identified as a CCP after a thorough HACCP study.
Because the product was not physically produced, formulation development proved challenging. The desired product characteristics were first defined. The initial development process considered both the nutritional requirements and the sweetness profile. Numerous factors contributed to the sweetness of the product. It was possible to calculate the theoretical sweetness produced by the enzymatic breakdown. The sweet potatoes and sugar were used to supplement the sweetness. Finally, ingredients to improve the physical and chemical properties of the drink were considered. A thorough troubleshooting study was conducted. 2 are discussed. Processing may cause the iron content to decrease significantly. We have considered this as far as possible by using the nutritional value of boiled lentils when producing the typical nutritional information. However, supplementation with a soluble form of iron may be required to make a claim. Accelerated age protein gelation, which is when proteins gel, can be caused by aggregation of proteins after UHT processing. Both the buffer and the sequestrant used have functional properties to delay protein gelation. However, an additional sonication step, which is the use of sound, could be added to improve the solubility of proteins after the UHT treatment.
Microbial analysis is of utmost importance to ensure that the product is safe for human consumption. Pathogens of concern were identified and would have been tested for to ensure food safety. Various tests would have been conducted to assess product quality. ISO methods were used for testing. The satisfactory microbial limits for UHT and ready-to-eat products were used. Microbial testing would have been completed on day 1 and day 7 to ensure that the product met the requirements of a 7-day shelf life. The UHT processing allowed us to predict a shelf life of 6 months.
Chemical analyses are necessary to obtain information regarding the physical and nutritional properties of the product. This has implications for both food safety and product quality. A water activity of above 0.95 was predicted due to the liquid nature and the water content of the product. The pH was estimated to be between 5 and 7 based on the pH of the ingredients used. The typical nutritional information obtained using the Nutritics database, including the serving size and nutrient quantities for the chocolate-flavored drink according to the R146, is presented on the slide. According to R146, a claim for high energy can be made if at least 250 kilojoules per 100 milliliters of product is provided. 426 kilojoules per 100 milliliters in the chocolate flavored drink makes this claim possible. To claim for a source of iron, 2.7 milligrams of iron per 250 milliliters of product is required. With 3 milligrams of iron per 250 milliliters of product, this claim is possible. All ingredients and additives derived from animal origin were excluded from the formulation. Thus, a vegan claim could be made. Gear Up's beverages include soya protein concentrate. Soya is considered a common allergen. This allergen was disclosed on the packaging of the product. Allergen testing would have been conducted to ensure that no other traces of allergens were present. The maize flour used in the product has been genetically modified. This was indicated on the packaging according to regulations.
Legislation was of great importance and provided essential information pertaining to the limits, claims, tests, and labelling requirements. Only the key legislation is discussed. R146 was of great importance when creating the label, making nutritional claims, and declaring allergens. Due to COVID-19, R479 was necessary for health and safety protocols. During consumer testing, the Consumer Protection Act R293 was followed when labeling the genetically modified maize flour. The only standard that could be found regarding meal replacements was from the Codex Alimentarius Commission. This standard was followed as closely as possible. However, a meal replacement claim could not be made, as it was not possible to achieve all requirements while still adhering to the affordability aspect of the brief. Introducing new products to the market is always a risk. However, without confirmation from consumers regarding the likability of the product, this risk increases. Due to COVID-19, consumer analysis with high school scholars was not possible. However, simulated data was received and analyzed. Questions relating to sex, age, lifestyle choices, and consumption of smoothies or shakes were asked and analyzed using nominal scaling. These questions allowed us to confirm that 48 out of 50 participants were within our specified target market range. A simple paired preference test was used to determine whether the participants preferred the peanut butter or the chocolate variant. 68% of consumers indicated that they preferred the chocolate variant, thus verifying our flagship flavor. Additionally, an effective sensory testing method using the 9-point hedonic scale was used to capture inexperienced participants' emotive sensory responses to the attributes shown on the slide. Results showed that the packaging for both flavor variants was liked very much by the participants. This attribute did not differ significantly between variants. The overall liking of products also did not differ significantly, indicating the potential to move forward with both variants. Both variants' average scores for sweetness were low, indicating that the participants did not like the sweetness of the product. The sugar content was increased to account for this. The thickness of the product differed significantly. This result was unexpected as the formulation was similar. However, it is likely that the consumers may have been confused about this question.
Packaging is integral to ensure the success of the product. Sustainability, affordability, convenience aspects, and consumer preference were considered in the selection and the design of the Gear Up package. The Tetra Brick aseptic edge to 50 ml carton provides the best balancing act of these four factors. The carton was selected as our primary packaging and tested out with our target market with favorable results. The carton consists of paper, polyethylene, and aluminium. This fully recyclable combination provides structure, stability, and sufficient barrier properties. The paper used is renewable and harvested in compliance with good forestry practices. The selection of the sugar cane derived bio-based cap further contributes to the sustainability of the pack, not to mention the added convenience of the resealable cap, which is perfect for on-the-go consumption. The market research survey revealed that consumers might buy the product as a six-pack. Secondary packaging was developed with this in mind. The label of the product provides the consumer with the key information about the product according to R146. The brand name, product name, descriptions, and claims are found on the front panel. The ingredients list with quid allergen information as well as storage instructions are found on the back panel. The side panel reflects the brand story to engage with the consumer on a deeper level. The nutritional table can be found on the other side panel. To encourage consumers to recycle, a graphic on why you should recycle your carton has also been included.
A selling price between 8 and 11 Rand was estimated to ensure affordability for all individuals within the chosen target market. This range was estimated by evaluating the cost per meal of individuals with a similar lifestyle to Nandi, SEM 5 and 6, and Supergroup 3. Based on a retailer's margin of 35%, the cost of the chocolate flavoured drink is R10.87. Upon investigation, we believe that the retailer's margin could be reduced. The average margin for Shoprite Holdings for 2018, 2019 and 2020 was 23.8%. 41.6% of the 2019 annual income pertained to Shoprite Usave and Shoprite. These stores target those within and below Supergroup 3. We believe this margin is more realistic for our specified target market range. The cost of the chocolate flavoured drink is then R8.78. This adapted margin makes Gear Up products more competitive with benchmark products.
Through nutritional landscaping using literature, we were able to identify a nutritional gap among adolescents in South Africa. Scientific studies, coupled with industry experts, allowed us to theoretically develop an affordable, nutritious, and sustainable ready-to-drink beverage. The convenient energy and iron-dense products designed to complement the lives of high school scholars have the added opportunity of expanding into other markets with its vegan claim. Therefore, while we were not fortunate enough to physically develop this product, we firmly believe in the intent of our flavoured drinks. Nevertheless, we could offer a few recommendations. Firstly, market research into whether the target market would purchase a high-protein product should be conducted. If this is the case, supplementing the formulation with methionine would enable a protein claim. Secondly, high-pressure homogenization could replace UHT processing as a preserving and homogenizing step, thereby reducing the number of processing steps required. This could potentially protect the nutritional properties of the beverage. Finally, the flavor portfolio of the brand could be expanded. This project would not be possible without assistance. The Food Science Department has played an integral role in guiding the team, and for that we thank them. We would also like to extend our gratitude to the various companies who assisted us during this time. Thank you.
Great group, wonderful presentation. And I have to agree with one of the comments from the audience. Monica saying she really hopes that you get to manufacture this product because she would love to taste it, and so would I. Right, let's get some input from our judges. So starting at the top, Krishna, would you like to give us some questions? If you have, go ahead. I love the yellow t-shirts. Looks good. Matthew, taking care of the girls there, I see. Dr. Prue, any questions from your side?
Yes, well done, team. Really great, and your approach to your development was really systematic and very disciplined. And I can see from your uniform as well, your t-shirts, you're a very disciplined group of people. I liked the concept. I can't wait to test it. I liked your benchmarking. I was especially delighted because it benchmarked it against one of my products. So this gives me a good indication of what I'm up against. And so that was very good. So I do have a question for you guys. A couple of questions really. The first thing you identified iron deficiency as one of the reasons for this product's existence, and I really liked that because it's one of the main deficiencies in South Africa. Now, and you talk about it being an iron dense product. On your nutrition table, what you didn't indicate was the NRVs. Is there a reason why you didn't indicate the NRVs for the key nutrients, especially iron, on your packaging?
Kim, go ahead.
Hi, sorry, I'm going to turn my camera off because it looks like I have a poor connection, so I don't want you to lose my voice.
Go ahead, Kim.
Basically, The only reason we didn't was actually just because of the size of our carton. You can't actually fill the, the carton in real life is actually quite small. So that was actually the only reason we didn't do that. And for that reason, we didn't actually calculate it. But yes, I do understand your confusion about that question, yes.
I think it's a key indicator, which if you're really homing in on iron, you want to indicate it because it's got two things. First, people would love to obviously see that this is an iron fortified product, but also understand that if you over fortify with iron, then you do have an issue on that. So I think it would be important that you actually create the space, to indicate that particular element on your packaging. But well done. I'll leave the space for my colleagues to be able to ask the question as well.
Thanks, Dr. Prue. Dr. Panamava, please go ahead. Deborah, you have a question? Please go ahead.
Hi. No, I didn't have a question. Okay, I'll think of one. I wanted to ask ingredients. You added quite a lot of stabilizers. Can you just refresh my memory? You added a stabilizer, and what else in terms of additives?
Yes, so we added a stabilizer, a sequestrant, and a buffer.
Okay. And would you be concerned about the product not being clean label?
No, that is not really a concern for us given our target market. In our market research survey, we asked the consumers specifically whether they consider health when they eat, and the majority said that they only sometimes consider health. So we did not think it was an important consideration.
Okay. And just to comment, I thought it was a very, very good presentation and well put together and so well thought out.
Thank you, Dr. Panamava. Dr. Hogan?
I almost did that faux pas of keeping my mute on. Guys, I'd like to reiterate what the fellow judges have said. A really good presentation. I think very well thought out. I was very, very impressed. I do think there's potential for this product. Just sort of a question. It's one of those where I actually know the answer, but I want to see how you guys approach it. On your ingredients list, you didn't actually label the enzymes you use, and it's a very unique approach to your product. Why didn't you label it in your ingredients list?
Yes, we actually very much anticipated this question. Basically, we considered the definitions of a processing aid versus a food additive when establishing our product. According to regulations, we could only find a definition for a processing aid on the Codex standards, and it was very similar to a draft regulation in South Africa that we found. So they had the same definition on the Codex standards, so we chose to use that one. And then we had a look at the additive as well, the definition, and they're very, very similar. So that was where the debate came in. But in the end, we decided that the enzyme has to be fully inactivated, as that will continue to make the product too sweet. So it has to be inactivated. It's a quality requirement, and therefore it shouldn't be a component of the foodstuff, which is the definition in the additive. So we decided that it fits best with the definition of a processing aid, and thus it does not need to be labeled.
Well done, guys.
Great. Okay. And Ms. Hanekom, Colleen, would you like to go ahead?
Hi. So yeah, again, just want to reiterate, guys, as a major lover of packaging development, those shots of what your packaging was going to look like with the carrier, etc., incredibly impressed. Whoever did that, wherever you got the resources for that, well done. Pictures speak a million words. So I have a bit of a different kind of question. Considering your target market and the kind of consumers that you're going after, I know you benchmarked against similar types of products, but I think the reality in South Africa is a lot of children use taxis to get to school, and therefore they have to get up really early in the morning, and a lot of the time they're purchasing sort of like
breakfast food in inverted commas on their way to school, which means it's sort of at taxi ranks inside of the road, sort of those table setups. We generally have chips and maybe some fruit and stuff like that. So that for me would be an ideal placement actually of your product. So looking at your price point of your product versus the price points of other products on that table, and I know this might be a little bit left field, how would you see that sort of play out? Because again, that's pretty much where you're going to meet the consumers that are really in need of this product, well, in my head at least. So maybe just your thoughts.
Who's answering the question, please?
Okay, so yes, we definitely agree with you. We actually did a bit of research on selling the product at tuck shops as well, because we thought that that might be a good option. Especially, I agree that maybe on the way to school might be an option to look at. We didn't actually consider that. However, we did consider tuck shops, and basically the results from that stated that there weren't really margins that they could apply to that type of product. So we think that the margin might differ, and that might actually reduce the price of the product if it were to be sold in a tuck shop.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's a massive need in our country, and exactly like you guys said. So for me, that's an opportunity to explore a little bit further if anyone wants to take this further as a real live product launch.
Absolutely. I think, Colleen, that's a very, very valid comment. Dr. Frew, your follow-up question, and then one last question from the audience. Please go ahead.
The question I had was around your sensory analysis, and I know you clearly stated, and rightly so, that due to COVID, you could not obviously perform that. But did you consider that there are online tools that you could have actually used to access consumers to test your concept?
No, so we actually, from my side, I don't think we were aware of ways that we could do that. But based on our market research tests were actually sent out online to high school scholars. But no, we were not aware that you could do that online.
There's lots of those tools that you can actually use, so do consider taking a look at it. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Frew. I think that'll be very helpful to them. Lisa, go ahead with your question, please.
Thank you. So I suppose one of the big products that this would come up against that's also maize-based is macheo, which is fermented and also, something that is very much used in this target market. Did you consider fermentation of this product and sort of replicating it similar to macheo in terms of the profile? I just want to understand your thoughts around that. Obviously, it's not shelf stable, but it could be. Thoughts around why you chose that specific route and not macheo.
Sorry, I'm not sure if anybody else wants to answer. We actually did benchmark our product against macheo. We didn't include it in the slides, obviously, due to space constraints. I think we didn't consider it because it's already been done. I think the fact that there is a product already out there, we wanted to approach it differently.
Lisa,
I think also, I also think with regards to the NPD, like in a whole, to be innovative, set us on a different route. So that's why we chose the route that we chose.
Thanks. I suppose you could have added value to it. So where you've used lentils and sweet potatoes, and it could have added value to a very successful product already. But completely understand your approach. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. A similar question coming in from Natasha from the audience, guys. She wanted to know how Gear Up compares to similar milk drinks, not specifically how. Don't worry, Kim, everyone's got dogs that bark. It's fine. It's all part of the new normal. If you're thinking about other milk products, is the nutritional content, vitamins, minerals, is it comprehensive enough in Gear Up to make it a suitable replacement? Go ahead, Kirsten.
So when we were looking at developing the product, we didn't focus on the vitamins and minerals because obviously it's very difficult to predict these values due to the UHT processing. So we didn't necessarily consider it, but we do feel like it is comparable. We just didn't pay attention to it. We rather wanted to focus on the macronutrients, which we do feel are comparable with other benchmark products.
Okay, definitely something to think about going forward. Guys, lovely presentation. Thank you so much. I think we all enjoyed the yellow and brown. You can also breathe now. So we're about another 7 cameras down in terms of transition. So while we're all doing the musical chair things, thank you so much. Don't you want to say goodbye? So we can bring the next group up. Thank you so much for your presentation. Well done.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, while we're doing musical chairs with a whole bunch of students in the background, thank you so much for your patience, and we appreciate your questions. Thank you so much to all the judges who've been asking you some really great questions. Please, guys, don't forget, as the audience, you're more than welcome to send us a question. We will definitely try to squeeze it in for you given the time constraints. I'd like to now introduce to you Binzi. And so in the Binzi group, we have Chantal, Nadia, Imelda, Lisa, another Nadia, Brian Lee, and Monique, and they're going to be chatting to us about their new product called Binzi. Over to you guys. Thank you. Nadia, are you up? You need, Nadia, please won't you unmute yourself? We can't hear you.
Hi, sorry, Lisa is supposed to be starting us off. I'm not sure if she's having any connection issues.
Okie dokes. Lisa? Let's have a look and see if we can find her. I see her coming in. All good. Let's just give her a moment. Lisa, are you with us? Okay, everyone, while we're just waiting for them to get themselves organized, please, we're going to be taking a virtual coffee break once Binzi has finished their presentation. So please make sure you wait and enjoy this presentation so that we can give them our full support. Lisa, I can see you've got lights, camera, and action. Over to you.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. All good. Go ahead. Lisa, you need to unmute yourself. We got some connection issues on that side. Lisa, I just need you to unmute yourself. There you go. Perfect. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Is my audio?
Yes, your audio is good. Lisa, you can go ahead.
Okay, let's start this again.
All good.
All right. Imagine a steaming plate of fried corned beef and pap with the aroma of caramelized onions and rich spice. This is a plate of good food. Imagine if this meal was also sustainable to the environment, affordable and nutritious for you, and a scientific invention. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Binzi. In order to satisfy the brief, we started by dissecting the themes. As you can see, our thought process is showcased through a funnel structure. For us, sustainability and science is using plant-based ingredients to mimic umami-flavored products and choosing recyclable packaging. Affordability is important to our consumer, as 50% of South Africans live on 992 Rand or less per person per month. Malnutrition, nutrient deficiencies, and lifestyle diseases are also prevalent in South Africa. We then decided to develop a plant-based corned meat alternative, as meat consumption is constantly rising and cans are still trusted to provide safe and easily accessible food. What sets Binzi apart is the combination of ingredients and processes we have chosen to use.
Binzi, by its description, is a savory flavored bean and vegetable based meat substitute. It is expected to contain vitamin A, B1, B2, B7, and be remarkably high in vitamin B9. Binzi is a ready-to-eat convenience food product that can be consumed at any time. Our goal is to offer an alternative protein source with higher fiber content and less fat than the benchmark products. Purslane is an underutilized ingredient in foods, and the use of this succulent plant in Binzi is particularly special. This plant is classified as a weed but holds a variety of valuable nutrients. By choosing to incorporate beetroot and carrot offcuts into our formulation, we are utilizing discarded ingredients while still containing beneficial components. The ingredients chosen for Binzi were based on their nutritional and structural functionalities. Binzi is made up of a variety of beans, such as black beans, black eye beans, and red kidney beans. Beetroot, carrots, and purslane, a leafy green plant, are all used in combination with vegetable offcuts that would usually be discarded as waste. The remaining ingredients are used for hydration, flavor, binding, and gelling.
An integrated SWOT analysis of Binzi was performed, and some of the main points will be highlighted. Strengths and opportunities are where Binzi can take the most advantage of a new product. The product fits a wide target market, uses food waste, and can also be introduced into governmental feeding schemes where improved affordable nutrition is necessary. Consumers may be wary of trying a new product, and this is where some weaknesses may overlap with opportunities. Brand loyalty, limited scientific literature, and misinformation about health benefits are some of the challenges facing Binzi. These are, however, opportunities to expand, inform, and improve on the information available to consumers. Binzi was developed to be a sustainable, affordable, plant-based convenience food. While these are strengths, they need to be developed and marketed properly to make an impact. A major threat and weakness is mimicking the organoleptic properties of corned meat and entering a highly competitive market.
Our primary target consumer falls in the SEM 1 to 4 group and is between the age of 25 and 35. To briefly understand our primary target market, a target audience profile was created. This is Mary. She fits the target market age and works as a domestic worker. She earns a minimum wage and uses her food budget to buy canned products and staple foods. These are inexpensive, filling for her family, and do not require refrigeration prior to opening. These products, however, do not contain a wide range of nutrients, and alternative, more nutritious products are often too expensive. Many of the consumers in our target market face similar challenges and struggle to get enough fiber and protein into their diet based on their limited income. As we'll be using plant-based ingredients, the price range will still fit her budget for the canned foods she usually buys, but with added benefit of increased nutrition for her and her family.
Although not exposed to these issues, our secondary target consumers are those who regularly eat plant-based meals, are health conscious, and looking for more affordable protein sources. To easily understand this target market group, we also created the profile for John. John is an extremely busy student that has a limited allowance for food and groceries. He is aware of the health benefits of eating more plant-based foods, as well as the negative environmental impact that meat consumption has. Thus, he is transitioning to a more plant-based diet and is in search of more affordable protein alternatives. He has limited time to prepare for meals, but still wants a variety of nutrients that are convenient. Binsey will also be ideal for people like John.
Benchmarking analysis was done on corned meat and beef products currently available in the South African market. Although various imitation meat products exist, it was decided that these would not be considered as they stray too far from the product's goals. Therefore, only corned meat products were considered, as these are what Binsey is directly competing with. Products were compared for price and nutrients per 100 grams. The least and most expensive cost R7 and R19.33 respectively, with Binsey falling in at R8.49 per 100 grams. A comprehensive nutritional comparison was done, and we concluded that current competitors are all meat-based products, contain little to no fiber, and are high in fat. It can be understood from their respective ingredients that benchmark products are low in overall nutrients. Conventional corned meat has a minimum fat content of 7.9 grams, with an average of 13 grams. 4 of the 7 products compared contained no fiber, with a maximum fiber content being 1.2 grams. Protein content in products benchmarked ranged from 7.9 to 25.6 grams. It can be seen from these figures that Binsey, shown in red, has less fat, higher fiber, and contains comparable protein. A similar product to Binsey is not currently available to the vegetarian market in South Africa.
The processing of Binsey consists of 16 steps in total. Only the main steps will be discussed and are shown in green. Once the ingredients have been received and sorted, they are either stored for use or prepared for subsequent thermal steps. Thermal step 1 includes cooking the pre-soaked beans in a spice mix, boiling the purslane and discarding the water, and acid blanching vegetables and offcuts to lower the pH. The ingredients are then cooked together with additional flavoring agents to fully develop the umami flavor profile of Binsey. The boiling of purslane and the discarding of the water is identified as a critical control point, or CCP, as it is essential for food safety. The blending step consists of 2 parts. Half the mixture is pulsed to a smooth paste. Then, a slurry consisting of carrageenan, which is a hydrocolloid used for gelling and binding, is added with the remaining mixture and pulsed until the desired particle size is reached. The 2 stages create the non-uniform, marble-colored look that Binsey is aiming for. This step is identified as a QCP, as the particle size will affect the texture of the final product. An inline magnet is added at this point as an OPRP. The product is then hot-filled into pre-cleaned cans to a weight of 300 grams. Canning, which is a process of hermetically sealing the can, is achieved first by steaming. Both of these steps are identified as OPRPs, as it is the final step before the retort and no new hazards should be introduced. Additionally, a proper sealing action is essential to avoid microbial contamination during cooling. The can then undergoes the third and final thermal step, called retorting. Here, a product-specific time-temperature-pressure combination will effectively eliminate the growth of possible anaerobic microorganisms. This step is identified as a CCP, as the conditions are imperative to the safety of the product. And finally, the cooling of the cans is identified.
Okay, we've got a little bit of a sound problem there. I know that we did get a warning to say that somebody's was a little up and down. Have we got the backup ready to go, please? We've lost Nadia. Nadia, are you there?
Oh,
sorry.
No,
off you go.
Okay, I'm just going to take off from where she left. The cooling of the can is an OPRP, as the quality of the cooling water and the integrity of the seal is important for avoiding post-process contamination. Once the can is cooled to below 35 degrees Celsius, the carrageenan solidifies, resulting in a product that takes on the form of the can. The cans are then properly dried before labeling, and the final product can then be distributed to the retail market. Since we were unable to physically produce the product, we decided to discuss a few important factors that could possibly influence the quality of Binsey. The ideal color of the product could be difficult to achieve, as it may be lost during processing, or be too bright or too red. Beetroots are a major source of beta-cyanin, which is responsible for the dark red color. The beetroot might lose its color during processing, as the processing temperature can affect the beta-cyanin stability. If it is found that the processing temperature negatively affects the color of the product, the effect will be evaluated and the Beansy team will then decide whether the color loss is acceptable. The loss of color should not be detrimental to the quality of Beansy, as a bright red color is not desired. Trials will be done with different beetroot varieties. Some potential problems were identified in terms of flavor. Firstly, the product may be bitter due to the terpene content of carrots and beetroots. This is unlikely, as the sweet taste of some carrots and beetroot should mask the bitterness. However, a non-nutritive sweetener may be added if the masking properties are insufficient. Secondly, astringency may be caused by the purslane, as it has a characteristically tangy and tart taste. No reports have found that the astringency of the leaves and stems were overpowering when used in food products. However, if Beansy is perceived as astringent, the non-nutritive sucralose will help to balance out the acidic taste. Beansy might have texture problems such as brittleness, as there is an uncertainty if the proposed amount of carrageenan of 0.8% will be sufficient to result in a soft and juicy texture. The amount of carrageenan might need to be increased as the water binding properties of carrageenan increases with an increase in concentration. Alternatively, a fiber component can be added, and the chickpea flour added to Beansy should also aid in retaining moisture. Lastly, Beansy could have a grainy mouthfeel caused by the beans that are not soft enough and thus cannot be ground up smoothly. Our beans are soaked for 30 minutes, cooked for 30 minutes, and then undergo sterilization in a retort. Thus, there is an ample opportunity to ensure that the beans can soften. Also, we will only use beans that are within their expiration dates, as older beans don't cook as well and tend to take longer to soften. It should also be noted that the grainy mouthfeel might positively affect the product by contributing to the non-uniform texture that we are aiming for.
When creating a new product, it is important that the product is safe to consume. Therefore, microbial safety and quality indicators are crucial. There are no stipulated microbial limits for canned products. Thus, commercial stability will need to be ensured. A commercially sterile food product is one that was subjected to sufficient heat treatment, resulting in the food being free from viable forms of microorganisms. To achieve commercial stability in our product, an F value of 3 will be sufficient. This means that the canned product must be subjected to a temperature of 121 degrees Celsius for 3 minutes. Commercial stability, as well as a shelf life of 1 to 2 years, is ensured for Beansy by retorting it for 15 minutes at 121 degrees. This long processing time is necessary as the solid consistency and high viscosity of Beansy dictate a longer heat treatment. These are the microorganisms we will test for, as well as the international methods used for the detection thereof.
Under normal circumstances, an in-house chemical analysis would have been conducted, and those results would have been legitimized by the labs at Microchem. Instead, we used the Nutritics platform to generate the chemical analytes which produced the values shown in our nutritional table. In accordance with R146, using the results generated from our current product formulation, we would like to claim for source of protein, low in fat, and source of dietary fiber. From the results, it is evident that we have reached our goal. The amino acid composition of Beansy was determined using Food Finder. Our physical analytes have been estimated theoretically and are all backed up with research. All testing methods are approved by the AOAC and adapted using AACC methods.
This is an overview of the legislative documents that were consulted. I will only discuss the legislation pertaining to purslane as it is a relatively unfamiliar ingredient to use. The Codex Classification of Foods and Animal Feeds, Draft 1 revision, states that the entire purslane leaf may be consumed either fresh or after processing or household cooking. The Food and Agricultural Organization of the United States has also identified purslane as a wild species of plant that is currently being studied and developed further for its potential health benefits.
A consumer analysis was done to evaluate the two Benzi flavor variations, namely the chili and original flavors. The majority were female out of the 60 judges. The age group was found to be between 31 and 35 years at most. Also, most of the judges were found to consume canned products at least 3 times or less per week, ensuring that we have targeted Benzi to the correct audience. 2/3 of the judges did not specify their choice of lifestyle. Both variations achieved a mean value of above 5 for the appearance and flavor, while achieving a mean value of about 4.1 for the texture on the 9-point hedonic scale. This indicates that both flavors were liked to some extent. Both the chili and original samples achieved an equal mean score for appearance, showing that these flavors were liked the same when ranked. However, there was a significant difference between both samples for the flavor attribute. The preference testing was done to assess which of the two samples the consumers liked most. It was found that half of the panel preferred the chili flavor and the other half preferred the original. Overall, there was no significant difference between the two flavors. As the texture was scored fairly low, further sensory research will be conducted to improve this. As both flavor variations were equally liked, the original flavor will be launched first so we can gauge consumer interest in the concept of the product. If this is successful, the chili flavor will also be released.
Taking into account consumer familiarity, functionality, cost, sustainability aspects, and how this packaging fits with our concept and brand, we have decided on the following for Benzi's packaging. The primary packaging will be a rectangular template steel can, as this packaging is familiar to the consumer and can easily be linked to current products on the market. However, there are only a few seamers in South Africa that can close rectangular cans, and they are not commercially available. So if we were to physically make the product, we would be using a circular template steel can. But since this project is only theoretical, we will continue using the rectangular can as the desired packaging. The usage of distinct colors and intriguing design on the label will set our product apart from those on the market. Ideally, a pull tablet will be in place, which aids to the convenience aspect for the consumer. The label will cover all sides of the can, displaying all the necessary information and ingredients needed by the consumer. Lastly, Benzi's packaging is aimed at protecting the environment. Template steel can be recycled an infinite amount of times, and due to its recyclability, it reduces the amount of waste that will end up in landfills.
To evaluate the consumer viability, costing was done for our desired rectangular can packaging with a retail price of R30.81. As discussed in packaging, we would not have been able to close this can. Costing was also done with the cylindrical can, which would have been our packaging if we had to physically produce the product. Our retail price to the consumer is R25.46, which is comparable to the benchmarked examples previously listed. According to our surveys, consumers are prepared to pay between 15 and 24 Rand for our product.
As suggested recommendations for Benzi, we would like to conduct further in-depth sensory research on the texture of the product. In terms of the nutritional analytes present, a complete vitamin and mineral analysis would be ideal. Since purslane is a seasonal ingredient, a purslane powder can be created from large batches of fresh purslane, which can then be used all year round. Another recommendation would be to enhance the flavor of the product. This can be achieved by adding a non-nutritive sweetener. As a final recommendation, the implementation of FSSC 22000 would be ideal.
To conclude, our product is sustainable and satisfies the determined nutrition gap in the South African consumer by being a source of protein, source of fiber, and low in fat. Benzi's retail price is R25.46, which is comparable to current competing products and allows our target market to gain improved nutrition in their diets at an affordable price. Benzi would ideally have a clean label,
achieving the desired characteristics without the use of artificial sweeteners or colorants, and the packaging should be recyclable. Due to the affordability, availability of ingredients, and the straightforward manufacturing process, Benzie can be considered as a commercially viable food product. Given the various processing, microbiological, and chemical analyses mentioned, we are confident that this product is achievable. We would like to acknowledge the following individuals from the Department of Food Science and Stellenbosch University with the greatest appreciation for their help and expertise throughout the year. A special thank you goes to the following sponsors for their generous contributions and advice throughout the development of Benzie. If any additional information is needed from any of the slides, the references can be found on the following 3 pages. And finally, the Benzie team thanks you so much for your time.
Thank you, Nadia. I know that you had a few very, very stressful moments there because you were with us and then you were gone and you were actually driving the presentation. It didn't really help that I wasn't on mute at that point when I should have been to try and help you out from the back end. So I do apologize. Please, judges, don't take any marks off for me talking during their presentation. Ladies, would you like to put your cameras on if you can so that we can make sure that you are visible for our questions? And I'm going to start with the first judge, Krishna. Krishna has a question for you, so shoot, Krishna, over to you.
Good morning, ladies. Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. I just have one question in terms of communicating to consumers by using the label. The green wreath around the red Benzie name sort of looks like Christmassy, if I can put it like that. How would you make sure that the consumers do not associate this product with the seasonal Christmas theme?
Ladies, somebody who would like to chat? That one came from a little bit left field, I think.
No, it looks like we've lost our packaging expert.
All good, Monique. You can wing it for now, and I'm sure we'll get her back on. Any thoughts on from the judge?
Chantal, we can't see you.
Chantal,
Okay.
don't worry about your camera. The most important thing is that we can hear you. So I'm going to switch your camera off because that way we've got better signal. So go ahead, Chantal, if you're going to do the answer.
Okay, for the packaging, we originally wanted to put a picture of our product on the label, but due to the circumstances, we couldn't physically make a product and we didn't want to give a false representation of the product by using a picture found online. So we decided to put our ingredients around and use the wreath as kind of a plant-based aspect to give kind of a plant-based feeling to the product, because to us it didn't look like a Christmas thing. So I don't know why it looks like that, but it didn't look like that to us. So yeah.
Okay, so the wreath is the porcelain, if I understand correctly.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Nadia?
Just to add to Chantal's answer, so the laurel wreath is actually typically made of bay leaves, and we do actually include bay leaves part of our formulation where we cook the beans. So it was sort of a representation of a spice, but it can also sort of bring that plant-based, especially with the purslane, bring in that sort of feeling to the actual label.
Thank you.
I think it's a good comment, guys, just in terms of consumer perception at the end of the day. Dr. Hogan, you have a question?
Hi guys, again, congratulations on a brilliant presentation. And helping me identify the weed in my garden that I keep pulling out. I now have new respect for it. But questions on that. With it being a very sort of novel ingredient, did you find any research on the organoleptic properties it would bring to your product and what UHT treatment, because high treatment, very high temperature treatment tends to influence ingredients in weird and wonderful ways, sometimes positively, most of the time negatively in terms of your organoleptics. And then you did also mention creating a powder for it to make it more sustainable year round. Any research or anything that you came across in terms of how that might influence the organoleptic properties?
Nadia, go ahead.
Sorry, my hand is on the wrong side of the screen. So yes, we just for the harvesting of the purslane. So idea was, I'll answer the questions as I go. But our idea was actually to harvest the purslane from wine farms in the surrounding area, or either in the Cape Town area or just surrounding areas, because it is commonly found there. So that is also part of the seasonal ingredient that we have identified that problem. So we have considered that we need more options. And we are exploring places such as organic farms. We did have a supplier for that as well. And then we also could work with seed suppliers that we could have a constant source of the plant. And then for also on the seasonal ingredient point, we have two options at the moment. So yes, we could freeze the ingredient. This would probably affect the texture of the product. And we would, I'd have to do more sensory analysis to see if it will negatively affect the actual product. But since we do boil it, it likely won't be an issue. And then the other option we considered was the powder. According to our research, it's dried at between 50 and 70 degrees, and then it's ground up into a powder, which can also be used, or it can extend the shelf life, so that we can use it all year round. So if we do get hold of sort of a larger batch of purslane, then we at least have an option to have the backup as a powder. But just in terms of the taste as well, we have identified the taste to have sort of a tangy, sort of tart taste, sort of like it has sort of lemony undertones. From all the reports and all the data that we found, it didn't negatively affect the product, and even in the form of the powder or when it's boiled, it didn't affect the actual taste, and the astringency actually wasn't a problem. It was used in things like biscuits and ice creams and things like that, and it wasn't an overpowering taste or anything like that. So yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Monique, go ahead. I
can also add to Nadia, the acidic part of the purslane is due to malic acid and oxalic acid, and that's boiled out. So we won't really have an acidic problem.
Okay, thanks, Monique. Thank you. And Lisa, you have a question?
Great, thank you, and thanks for the presentation, team. I had a question. I really enjoyed your slide around trial and error, sort of trying to understand what the issues could be with the product in the absence of being able to create it. And obviously trying to replicate a meat product in terms of taste and texture, that is a challenge. And you can see in the consumer sensory results that texture was a challenge. Did you have any ideas, and did you brainstorm about how you could improve that and how you could get more of a heterogeneous, kind of more fibrous product that is more like meat?
Nadia, do you want to answer the carrageenan, or should I?
Monique, go ahead. I'll start with just the overall texture. Oh, sorry.
No, Nadia, sorry, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. I'll start with just the overall texture of the product. So the blending step is divided into the two parts. So we try to just make a sort of a base for the ingredients. So the first batch, the vegetable mix is pulse, or half of it, to make a smooth paste. So that's sort of the base of the meat product. And then the remaining ingredients are added and pulsed a shorter amount of time, just so that we can have sort of a marbled color look. So the pieces aren't completely ground up. So that's where our texture profile sort of comes in. Just trying to get the pieces in the marbled look with even if it's beans or carrots or the beetroot, for example. And then also with the texture, or texture-wise, we have the carrageenan, which really does assist in improved like sliceability, and it has that sort of bite feeling. I don't know if Monique, do you want to add to the carrageenan? But that is sort of the binder, and it makes that sort of fatty mouthfeel that is associated with the meat product.
Thanks, Nadia.
Sorry, I would like to add, at the time when our sensory data was being generated, our carrageenan was at 0.13%. But since we have increased it to 0.8%, because according to research, that's the best amount to use to get a stable product. It was used in a mushroom-based meat analog as well at that percentage. So we have increased it since sensory data was given.
Thanks, Moni. Deborah, you've got a question too. Would you like to go ahead, Dr. van der Merwe?
Yes, a great presentation, very good product idea, I liked it. Did you consider spekboom instead of purslane?
Why is it so funny? But I'm very happy to see your teeth. Please tell us, what is the inside joke?
Oh, yeah, I think the answer is not yet, but you could.
Yes, we actually, when we were developing our product, we had an idea first to create a product with spekboom, and then we sort of re-evaluated it based on the target market. So we have actually considered using spekboom as a new underutilized sort of food ingredient. So that's why all the laugh. But yes, we could definitely consider spekboom. I think the biggest problem we had was finding a stable supplier that would be like a food grade supplier. That was the biggest challenge when we were developing the other product that we thought of. But it would definitely be an option to use different succulents or different underused sort of plant-based ingredients like that.
Yeah, thank you.
Dr. Frew, you also have a question.
Yes, I do have 3 questions. I would ask them, all at once, and then you can take turns to answer that. But first of all, well done on your presentation, Team Lindsay. Really very creative idea, and you delivered your presentation very well despite some of the challenges that you had with the sound. The first question is sourcing of the purslane. One of the things that is obviously important for business continuity is your ability to, source sustainably your raw material. So since this is a key ingredient, did you consider how you're going to be sustainably sourcing this material? That's question number 1. Question number 2, you had beans in your recipe. Did you consider the anti-nutritional factors and the fructooligosaccharides that you would find in beans, and what would you do about it? And then the last question, you had in your measurements, you looked at water activity. I was just curious to understand what would be the importance of measuring water activity in this product.
Hi, Dr. Frew. I'm going to start by answering the question about the purslane with the suppliers. We have contacted wine farms in the region. We have a contact that said that we can get purslane from them. The idea is for us to collect it from them as it is a weed, and they will use pesticide to kill it. And then in the long run, we might start NGO companies, organizations on the farm with some of the farm workers that actually cultivate the purslane, then especially for the production of binzi. So that was our long-term plan with that, as it is a nutritious plant that we can use rather than spraying it with pesticide. Can someone else perhaps answer the other 2 questions?
Dr. Frew, I kind of missed the question. Ooh. Nadia, you can go if you want.
I just want to add to the purslane. So another option we considered was using or getting an actual supplier from like a farm that does cultivate it currently. But it is an organic farm, so it was quite an expensive ingredient. So that's why we were considering finding different options, such as the wine farms. And we also were in contact with sort of a seed supplier. So if we had to do or start the NGO program, as Lisa mentioned, then we would have the option of actually planting it and using it as a ground cover, which would be beneficial to the vineyards as well. And then going from there.
Perfect. Okie dokes. Any last questions from any of the judges before I take an audience question?
We haven't completely answered Dr. Frew's question. I just wanted to ask, the second part or the second question, something was mentioned about beans. Or the fiber.
Yeah, the second question was about the anti-nutritional factors in the beans.
Yes. Okay. So the beans we use, like red kidney beans, has been identified to have the lowest amount of anti-nutrients, and the cooking process helps to reduce it. Also, all beans, we are aware that they can contain phytohemagglutinin, all raw beans, but that's also degraded when boiling. So we will have a safe product that is bioavailable. Yeah. Now, Brian?
Just to add what Monique had to say, I know that anti-nutritional compounds are removed during soaking, and our beans are soaked for 30 minutes prior to cooking, so that research suggests that that will remove all the anti-nutritional compounds.
Great, thank you. I think that's given a comprehensive answer. One of the audience would like to know, what do you think the consumer is going to feel like about a round can? Now, I know you went to great lengths to explain to us that if you had made the product yourself, you would have used a round can due to the scarcity of using these sort of traditional square can seamers. But do you think that might have had any impact on your analysis or your surveys, because the consumer is, familiar with a particular way that the product comes out the can? If you take the current products, it comes out as a block. The whole thing comes out as a block. Have you thought about that in relation to a round can?
I can go, seeing that I'm not seeing anyone else. For our consumer sensory analysis, I don't think it would have that of a great impact. But also, the consumer should be very familiar with bologna as well. And when slicing the product, it will be that same size and everything. And yes, that's not a benchmarking product, but it shouldn't influence them too much, as the taste will definitely be there, as well as the fatty mouthfeel. So.
Okay, great. Super. Ladies, thank you very much. We do appreciate the fact that you've had some technical challenges, things freezing, sound not being so great. So thank you so much for persevering, great teamwork, and thank you very much for your product. And we look forward to seeing some more later on today. Thank you so much. It's time to say over and out. I'm going to now hand over to their leader. Take it away. We can't wait to hear all about Mbewu.
Seeds traditionally represent new life, hope, and potential. In nature, every cycle begins and ends with a seed. The same is true for Mbewu. It is produced from upcycled mango seed kernels and aims to plant sustainability for future generations. It strives to alleviate hunger and malnutrition in South Africa, while supporting the beginning of a shift towards more sustainable food production. We found the name Mbewu quite fitting, given that it is a coarser translation for seeds. Mbewu is a dry, shelf-stable, plant-based meat analog. When cooked, it resembles minced meat in color, texture, and shape, and has an additional chakalaka flavored sauce. It is prepared by cooking a 100-gram sachet with 2 cups of water for 10 minutes. Mbewu can be consumed alone, on rice or pap, or serves as a base for any stew, curry, or even a cottage pie. This makes it ideal for family meals, government school feeding schemes, and outreach programs. Our primary target market is socio-economic measure 2 South African families who are unable to afford nutritious and high-protein foods to maintain a balanced diet. The SEM classification system groups South Africans according to infrastructure and not assets, as the Living Standard Measure classification does. SEM2 represents the largest group, consisting of 6.7 million South Africans. Its members are therefore considered the average South African consumer. Meet Lindy. She is a mom of 3 and a grandmother of 5. She works full-time as a domestic worker, earning minimum wage, certainly not enough to support the 4 grandkids who live with her. Although she cannot do much about it, she worries that the children are not eating a healthy, balanced diet, as their meals consist predominantly of pap, milk, and bread. Considering Lindy's lifestyle, Mbewu would be the ideal product for her and her family.
Our product protects the needs of future generations by using sustainably sourced ingredients and minimizing food waste. The fundamental difference between Mbewu and its competitors is the reincorporation of mango processing waste, which relates to the underutilized plant-based matter trend. In South Africa, over 90,000 tons of mangoes are grown yearly. As much as 57% is used for processed mango products, with the peels and seeds comprising up to 35% of the production weight. This high wastage output adds to South Africa's current organic waste management problem. Mbewu meets the plant-based foods trend. This was important when developing the product, as meat is known to be an unsustainable protein source due to the strain meat production places on resources such as water and soil. The rich nutritional profile of mango kernels, as well as the addition of a vitamin premix, allows for many nutrient reference values to be met. This enables Mbewu to address hidden hunger, which occurs when consumers meet their calorie intake but suffer from micronutrient deficiencies. The need for Mbewu was substantiated by asking 55 SCM2 consumers to complete a simple multiple-choice questionnaire. Out of 5 protein sources, 55% confirmed that meat was their main dietary source of protein, with most choosing mince. However, only 10% can afford to consume protein daily. With 43% earning less than 2,000 Rand a month, the target consumer doesn't have a surplus of money to spend on protein supplements or meat-like products. The high protein content and balanced nutritional profile of Mbewu directly targets consumers concerned about their own health and that of their families. This product has a 12-month shelf life and can be stored at ambient temperatures, as preferred by 63 of the respondents. 85% confirmed that they will be interested to buy Mbewu.
Mbewu consists of a texturized plant protein, or TPP, and an instant chakalaka sauce. A pyramid approach was used to formulate the product and ensure that each ingredient was added in the correct proportion. Mango kernel flour was one of the main ingredients used to formulate the TPP. Tommy Atkins, Kent, and Heidi cultivars were researchers' options as they are among the most important commercially grown varieties in South Africa. Using 3 cultivars will also ensure a continual supply of seeds as the fruits are harvested at different times throughout the year. The kernel found inside the mango seed is particularly valuable in carbohydrates, oils, and proteins, and contains 8 of the 9 essential amino acids. Mock recipes provided by industry specialists were used as a guide to develop 3 formulations. The TPP was theoretically formulated by combining the mango kernel flour with wheat gluten to increase the protein content and create a fibrous structure. Modified tapioca starch and cornstarch were added in smaller quantities to provide binding, texturizing, and stabilizing actions. We were able to develop the instant sauce in-house with most of its ingredients and combine it with unflavored soya mince to create a markup. A chakalaka flavored sauce was created as chakalaka relish is deeply rooted within the South African community. For the sauce, yeast extract and flavor enhancers were used to create a meaty taste profile. Ingredients common to chakalaka relish, like bell pepper and chili, were added to recreate the characteristic taste thereof. The addition of native cornstarch and sweet whey created a smooth, heavy-bodied texture. Powdered shortening provided a fatty mouthfeel and created a product with a glossy sheen. The final product will absorb 5 times its weight in water.
Processing can be split into 5 steps. To produce the mango kernel flour, the kernels were removed from the mango seeds and dried. Thereafter, they were chopped into smaller pieces using a cracking mill. dehulled, and then soaked in water containing sodium metabisulfite. The pieces were dried again, then tempered to ensure even moisture distribution. Lastly, they underwent an aspiration process before being milled into the flour. The instant chakalaka sauce ingredients were combined using a powder mixer machine. The TPP was produced using an extruder, which consists of 3 parts: a preconditioner, a barrel, and a die. This processing method is referred to as an art, as the adjustment of one processing parameter affects more than one extrudate attribute. Even with the same processing parameter set in place, slight differences in raw material composition can change the extrudate properties entirely.
The moist conditions, shearing action, and high temperatures of extrusion causes protein to unfold and agglomerate into high viscosity, viscoelastic, amorphous complexes. After being passed through the die, the molecules form layers which polymerize, cross-link, and reorientate to form a fibrous structure with increased digestibility. The protein nutritional value of the extrudate depends on the quantity, digestibility, and availability of amino acids in the raw material. Amino acid retention of the raw material is greatly affected by feed moisture and barrel temperature. This also affects the extent of starch gelatinization, depolymerization, and dextrination. Extrusion cooking presents the highest starch digestibility of all known processing methods. The extrusion step was identified as a CCP, as it reduces and destroys any biological contamination that may have been present. This step was therefore controlled by time and temperature limits of 10 to 30 seconds and 145 degrees Celsius, respectively. This high temperature, short time processing method ensures product safety without significantly altering the nutritional value. After exiting the extrudate was coated with the instant sauce and dried to a moisture content of 8%. Drying was identified as an OPRP as the low moisture content and water activity of mbewu is its main preservation method.
Physical, chemical, allergen, and microbial hazards were identified and eliminated from receival of raw ingredient to dispatch of the final product. The implementation of an effective traceability plan added to the comprehensive integrated approach to food safety. The need for an effective health and safety system to not only produce a safe product, but also allow for a safe working environment for food handlers has seen an increase in intensity under the coronavirus pandemic. Measures for production practices have subsequently been updated. Although the system in place aims to prevent biological, chemical, and physical hazard, they are still validated and verified through testing, as well as through the use of a metal detector. The presence, reduction, or destruction of biological hazard is monitored and verified by quarterly swabbing at the points indicated in orange and by performing microbiological testing at the points indicated in green.
mbewu obtained certificates of analysis for all raw ingredients, as well as Global GAP certification for the mango seeds. Additionally, microbial tests were conducted to ensure that the seeds were within the limits stipulated as safe by applicable legislation. Focus was placed on 5 key parameters. These parameters influence the growth of microorganisms and should be carefully monitored. Microorganisms of main concern would be aerobic bacteria and molds with low water requirements. Indicator organisms identified were used to assess food safety and hygiene standards during manufacturing. The pathogens of concern were identified based on previous recalls and safety evaluation of similar dry products. Although research justifies that the processing parameters are effective in reducing the microbial content, testing is still required to verify that the product is indeed safe. The ISO methods to test for these organisms and their limits are shown. Rapid alternative methods have been considered for time and cost purposes. Due to time restrictions, an accelerated shelf life test will be conducted to validate the 12-month shelf life.
Currently, there is no published research on mango kernel flour produced from any South African varieties. Hence, testing is vital to determine the nutritional information, amino acid content, and physiochemical properties of the flour. Until analysis can be performed on each cultivar to determine the variety with the better quality, a combination will be used. The high tannin content prevents the flour from being added to the products at the usage level above 50%. However, the soaking and extrusion steps should extract up to 48% of the tannins, thereby reducing the astringent taste that they impart. Based on research and dried extruded products resembling imbewu, the following estimations were made. The pH of the final product was 5.5 and 6.3. The water activity was between 0.1 and 0.4, and the moisture content was 8%. High extrusion temperatures result in a substantial loss of vitamin A, B1, B7, and C. These losses, however, were specifically accounted for in the vitamin premix added after extrusion to ensure that the predetermined claims and NRVs could be met. Using Nutritics analysis software, a nutritional table was generated. Although the product met multiple claim conditions in accordance to Regulation 146, imbewu only claims for high energy, protein, and vitamin A, as well as source of vitamin B2 and B6, as these are primary concerns for our target market. When compared to beef mince, imbewu showed a greater nutritional value, containing 1.3 times more protein and 1.5 times more energy. Although the amino acid content differs, imbewu still meets the amino acid reference pattern established by R146.
R146 was also followed to determine packaging, labeling, and nutritional requirements. The recent increase in popularity of plant-based products has brought about a corresponding expansion in labeling regulations. However, there's currently no South African legislation available. Additionally, the US Food and Drug Administration does not have any specific regulation to the labeling thereof, apart from its general prohibition against false or misleading representations. Subsequently, Regulation 723 and Regulation 1283 were used as guidelines when labeling imbewu. The Disaster Management Act was also adhered to in terms of the amendments relating to COVID-19. Regulations relating to consumer concerns, such as those involving preservatives, wheat gluten, and essential nutrients, were followed to protect imbewu from consumer liability and improve consumer relations.
Mock data was provided to conduct a sensory analysis. The appearance, texture, and flavor of 3 product formulations were analyzed in a standardized and scientific manner. The main variations therein were a change in either the salt content or the amount of chakalaka spice. Hedonic tests were used to capture the emotive sensory response of 60 untrained panelists. Scientific protocols and COVID-19 regulations were followed as closely as possible. Prior to testing, panelists completed 5 introductory questions to verify that they could be classified as the target consumer. The consumers were asked to assess the appearance, texture, and flavor of 3 formulations using the 9-point hedonic scale. Although all variants received positive responses, variant 2 showed the highest mean values and was significantly different. Therefore, final formulation and costing were based on this variant.
Imbewu is packaged in a primary flat pouch, a secondary display box, and a tertiary corrugated cardboard box. The pouch prolongs shelf life by protecting the contents against deteriorative changes such as oxidation and microbial growth. Barrier properties inhibit compositional changes initiated by exposure to light or moisture. The pouch also includes a tamper-evident feature, a tear strip, which allows for easy opening. A cardboard display box holding 6 pouches allows individual units to be easily displayed in supermarkets and spaza shops without the need for hanging racks or additional standing boxes. Corrugated cardboard boxes with sticker labels are used for distribution purposes. The design of Mbewu packaging is unlike that of any competitor product. It is vibrant and easily noticed on crowded shelves. Imagery suggests our commitment to sustainability, and claims emphasized on the front panel represent our passion to bridge the nutritional gap of the target consumer. Labeling indicates a simple recipe, showing the increased versatility of the product. Cooking instructions are easy to follow and have been printed in English, Afrikaans, and Xhosa.
Mbewu aims for commercial success while still being affordable. After applying a standard margin of 15%, 15% VAT, distribution cost, and packaging, a single 100-gram pouch would retail for R9.29 and a bulk pack for R51.10. We would break even at 7,021 units. After selling all units, we would make a profit of more than 15,000 Rand. Although beef mince has been identified as our direct competitor, soya mince will also need to be taken into consideration. Mbewu will therefore need to compete with the prices of both these products. By incorporating mango kernels, we are able to ensure that it is affordable to consumers while still being able to make nutritional claims where other brands fall short. After analyzing the sensory analysis results, additional testing can be conducted to increase the overall liking of the flavor. Either the formulation could be adapted by including a bitter blocker, or testing could be performed on more flavor variants such as chili beef or mutton. Mbewu could also be sold in bulk packs to cater for larger households. The yeast extract and flavor enhancers could be replaced with low-price alternatives to reduce product cost.
There is a lack of clear understanding in the available research on the exact mechanisms occurring inside an extruder. This added to the difficulty of determining the parameters necessary to create the desired product. In this manner, Mbewu production combines science with new product development, as the changes during and after extrusion were based on research and determined by scientific principles. Low moisture extrusion is an affordable and sustainable processing method, as it produces low effluent levels, has low machinery wear, and requires minimal input once production has started. Mbewu aims to alleviate food insecurity by achieving food safety, thereby supporting social sustainability.
We believe that Mbewu will resonate with the South African population, as the community has a noticeable need therefore. The use of waste materials as raw ingredient enables Mbewu to reduce the environmental impacts of an already established production chain in South Africa, while still providing economic gains. The Canadian philosopher Matrona Diluwayo said, "Show me your seed and I'll show you your harvest." We present to you today a seed that provides sustenance and balanced nutrition to the people of today while leaving resources to harvest for the people of tomorrow.
Mbewu lies close to our hearts. As far as we are aware, this would have been the first study to test the nutritional value of South African mango kernels. There is no research on using mango kernel flour as a main ingredient in an extruded product, and consequently, none on the effect that extrusion has on the kernel's nutrient quality. If produced, this pioneering product could truly be life-changing to the average South African consumer, and thus creates an opportunity for further academic research. Mbewu would not have materialized without the help of members from the Food Science Department and industry professionals. Thank you for your advice and guidance you have given. We would like to say a special thank you to our sponsors, who provided specialist advice and couriered samples to our hometowns. This enabled us to partly formulate our product despite the pandemic. Thank you. We look forward to your questions.
Great presentation, ladies. We have a comment coming from Heloise saying very clear, and I have to agree with her totally. It's very, very good Very well presented. A comment coming from Janusz Luterik. You have an attorney listening to you today saying, I like the concept. Why limit it to the lower end of the market? Why can't I eat it too? So well done. Some very good feedback from the audience. And I think, ladies, you have to admit, and let's be fair, you did have the benefits of technology playing along with you. No gremlins. So I don't know what you did, who you paid off, but you definitely had some amazing signal there. So it always helps when it's nice and clear from that perspective. There's lots of questions coming in from the audience, which is wonderful, but let's get to the important people of the moment, and let's find out if there are any questions from the judges. So I'm going to start from the top and work through the list of judges to see whether there are any questions. Krishna, from your side, anything? Would you like to unmute yourself? If so, otherwise I'll move on to the next. Dr. Frew, any questions from yourself?
Yes, I've got one question on, again, it's always around the sourcing of your material, because you've got your key ingredient as your mango kernel powder. And I'm wondering if this is not a challenge to actually source, and how did you deal with that, sourcing challenge to be able to consistently get your supply of mango powder, kernel powder?
Thank you for your question. We actually went with Cape mangoes, which are situated in Clanwilliam. So when we were originally supposed to make the product, we wanted to get a supplier based in the Western Cape. So we went with them, but I think there's so much more potential in South Africa. Obviously, the Western Cape is not the main growing region. It would be more in KZN. So I think considering their farm and the many others that are in the KZN area, we would definitely have a sustainable supply. I think Kayla can elaborate more on that. We actually have certification from the mango producers as well. So I think that just adds to the fact of it. Yeah, Kayla?
Our mangoes, they have the following certifications: the FFF, Farming for the Future, the GRASP, the Global Gap Risk Assessment on Social Practice, the Field to Fork, FSA certificates, Global Gap, and ISO 22000.
Sorry, maybe let me just, and you're absolutely right in your question. I think there's a specific ones that I like to get. If you take the consumption of mango, because you wouldn't specifically grow mango for this product, right? So how do you link the current consumption or usage of mango to the supply of your ingredients? That's really the background.
Sorry, I misunderstood. So in South Africa, we have 90,000 tons produced. And of that, if you take away the 57%, so we left with our 57%, we take another 35% of that, and it adds up to more than 17,000 tons. So the seed and the kernel alone, just from South Africa, is 17,000 tons. And I hope that would be enough to produce our flour. Yes, Chrissy.
Just to add to Ashley, I think what Dr. Frew is coming at is also our suppliers come from people who produce mango pulp or dried mango fruit. So we would get the seeds after they have made their product. So it's like a waste product from them, and then we use it as an ingredient on our side.
Thank you. That's where I was getting to. Thank you.
All right. Absolutely. And a very, very good point. I've actually worked with these guys, and I think they would be very happy for you to take it away. Lisa, you have a question. Go ahead.
Thank you. And great presentation. Well done. Always I find extrusion is such a excellent processing method, and well done for using it. My question was similar to Frew. If this product took off, would 17,000 tons actually be sufficient? And you might come unstuck there over time if it did take off and you then starting to almost grow mangoes to be able to create the ingredient. But I wanted to understand, and I think you've answered that. I want to understand how you came to identify mango kernel flour as an option. And I also wanted to ask, just in terms of packaging, I think, my view is that it would be difficult for consumers to understand what the product is, and I want to understand your choice of design, especially if you are targeting a lower LSM consumer who's buying soya mince or recognizes soya mince. How will they know what your product exactly is? Those were the two questions. Thanks.
Somebody? Anybody?
I can answer the packaging one for us along. So we did notice that obviously we haven't added a picture to the top of our packaging, and it's not ideal, but let's face it, soya mince or any mince alternative is not an attractive product. So if you had to put it on the front of your packaging, I don't think it would really appeal to the consumer. So at the back panel, we've actually added the picture of our cottage pie so that someone can actually see what it looks like when it's made into a product. And then we also thought that a good recommendation could be to actually have a clear cutout panel on the front of the box. That way consumers can actually see what's inside of it. And then lastly, it would definitely be displayed on the same shelf as soya mince. So obviously, if it was then next to the soya mince, a consumer would gauge that this is an alternative to soya mince, even though we are still competing with beef mince.
Right. Thank you. Samantha, would you like to add to that? Samantha, we can't hear you.
Sorry, if I can add that, I just wanted to say that in the development of the design, obviously this project has become a theoretical project with the whole coronavirus pandemic, and we weren't actually able to create our final product. So to get images for the front panel was a bit difficult.
Denise?
Okay, I just want to answer the question on how did we decide on mango kernel flour. So you'll see when we did the benchmarking on the right-hand side, we mentioned an international product from sunflower seed mince. And initially we looked into using sunflower seeds or canola seeds, but then we saw that that wasn't feasible. So then we read that people had started making flour from mango kernels for biscuits. And it's never been done as a meat alternative, and it's never been the main thing that's extruded to form a product like this or to form any type of product. It's always an auxiliary ingredient. So that's how we decided to give ourselves a challenge and theoretically extrude this flour that's never been extruded. So yeah.
I think everybody would like to see you try it. Colleen, would you like to pose your question?
Sure, so I'm a little bit in Dr. Fru's position. You've used one of my products from Unilever, which is Norok Soya, as your benchmark. So naturally, I was going to ask a question. So I think it's very exciting. Honestly, I think this is a really, really exciting application and really novel application of a waste product at the moment. I think I share some of the other judges' questions around sort of like, if this really takes off, how are you going to keep up the demand, right? So I think a quick benchmark would be, do any of you know how much Norok soya mince gets sold in tons every year? Because if you're aiming to even take a percentage of the market share of Norok soya mince and you had to quickly extrapolate that into tonnage, you would very quickly realize that you're in trouble with the amount of product that you have available. So I think that's something to consider in your business case. So I know Maricel said at the beginning, business cases are new to you guys and quite tricky, but I think an easy way to extrapolate whether this is a viable product to sort of like scale up is to sort of do that, to say, my current benchmark competitor that I'm going up against is this, and you can kind of estimate the volume sold of that, and then just say, I want to take 1% of their share of market, and that's so many thousand tons a year. Therefore, I'm going to have a gap, or I'm actually going to have enough. So just building onto the other guys is a mini little coaching moment, right? So I think my question is around your price point. So you guys are saying it's about $11.73. How much product is that? I think I missed that somewhere. I didn't make a note.
Hi, sorry, our price is R9. Oh, Sam, do you want to go? Just switch on your mic.
Sorry, the updated price is R9.29, and that's for 100 grams of product, which serves 2 people.
All right, so R9.29. So I just quickly looked at what's the retail price at the moment for Norok soya, which is just under 20 Rand. So you guys are pretty much price parity to Norok soya, given sort of how you've put your business case together, right? So I think if you guys taste really well, this is really in with a chance. There's a lot of negativity, negative sentiment in a lot of communities on the taste of soya. So fantastic idea. So I think definitely try and take this forward. Try and understand how you can manage this whole yield thing, how you can figure out how to get more. Those kind of things are really exciting. So really job well done.
Super. Okay, I'm going to move you on, ladies, if you don't mind, because Dr. Hogan has a question for you. Is that okay? Dr. Hogan, please won't you go ahead?
Hi, guys. Congratulations. Yeah, I think I'm sort of in with the other judges that this is a very interesting concept. Just maybe refresh my memory. The mango seed you said could be quite astringent or bitter at the beginning. Am I correct? So why did you end up with something like mince and not going for something where you could more play, like sort of utilize the astringency of the product, maybe a fermented type of product, or what? It's more out of interest. What was the thought process behind doing a mince?
Okay, I'll start. In our market research, you'll see we asked the respondents what is the most, like what is the type of meat they get their protein from the most, and the majority of them answered mince. So then we looked into mince, and then if you look at extrusion as a processing method, it really does reduce the astringency of your raw material through processing. And then Shakina can add on here, but she also said it in her chemistry section, extrusion and the soaking of the kernels really reduce your tannins, which is what mainly delivers the astringent taste. So if she wants to add on here, she can.
Shakina?
Okay, the tannins are water soluble, so when we soak it in the water, the process before extrusion, and then most of the, like 48% of the tannins are reduced, so it decreases the astringent taste that the mango flour would have.
Cool. A couple of comments, guys, coming from the audience. One being the name. So could the name be misleading? Also, you know, could there be a sort of misunderstanding with a TV show that's called Mbewu? So just a couple of things in that regard. I'm sure we're all learning something, but I think some interesting comments. And then another interesting comment, what about avocado pips? Because obviously those are also a waste stream coming out of, you know, the sort of guacamole range. So a good comments. And then Heloise is saying there's a social enterprise in Hoedspruit. You know, perhaps you could actually provide or even use this project as a source of income for an NPO. And I know there are lots and lots of mangoes that are grown up there, and there's never enough because there's such a lot used for achar that even sometimes when it comes to mango pulp, there's shortages. So perhaps you know, we need to grow a few more mango trees because that could help you with your the volumes that you need. Right, last round to the judges. Anything from Dr. van der Merwe, Dr. Marais? Karen, anything from your sides before I thank these ladies and we move on to the next group? Denise is dying. Okay, Denise.
Sorry, I just want to address the upscaling of the product. So we did discuss this beforehand, so I really want to answer it. So we chose 3 varieties so that we would have a high availability of it, but then also when we make the flour from the mango kernel, we have an 80% yield. So as Ash said, there's a lot of kernels that are yielded from the production, and then we have an 80% yield, and then in the extruder to make a batch, we don't put the full 80% in. Ash can answer here for me, like the amount we put in. But so we would be able to make more than one batch from more than one batch of flour. So in that way, and then the flour can last up to a year under ambient temperature. So in that way, the TPP materials have a long shelf life and like they'll always be available to us.
Okay, right. So we've got about some of those things as well. Anyone else? Right, okay, so thank you so much, ladies. We really enjoyed your presentation. Got a great idea, got a lot of involvement from the audience, so that's looking good. It's time to say goodbye because it's time to say hello to the group from Kidley.
What does it mean to you to be South African? Is it having a day dedicated to braaiing, or perhaps that we all collectively refer to our president as Uncle Cyril? Is it the fact that we unite behind the green and gold, the Springboks, the Bafana, and the Proteas? Well, today I ask you to unite behind my team and our green and gold. This year's brief aimed to address sustainable and affordable nutrition for the South African consumer. While it sounds easy, we had to spend some time defining nutrition, sustainability, and affordability.
We focus on defining nutrition in terms of malnutrition, a deficiency or an excess in a person's intake of energy or nutrients. We chose specifically to focus on undernutrition. While there is an adequate intake of energy and protein, micronutrient malnutrition is a major concern. Therefore, the Kidley team focus on making a product that includes sufficient amount of vitamins and minerals to combat the undernutrition and the complications that arise.
Sustainability is such a difficult term to define because of all the disciplines that feed into it. For the scope of this brief, we define sustainable food products as those that are produced in humane, environmental, and economical ways. This has specific reference to fair pay of workers, reduced greenhouse gas emissions, and long-term financial viability.
Our last term to define is affordability. 49.2% of adults in South Africa live below the upper bound poverty line. The children who are dependent on these adults will most likely experience malnutrition as a lack of access to food products due to their price. Affordability and food security go hand in hand, and we found that the poorest households can spend up to 80% of their income on groceries. We therefore chose a product and price that would not jeopardize the consumer's health and budget.
After receiving negative feedback on our first concept, we decided that we needed to define the problem and find a relevant solution. Through the midst of a panic to find a new idea, one of us remembered a shocking statistic. 81% of South Africans are lactose intolerant. 81% of us are going about our days drinking milk and experiencing discomfort. But why? Simply because we face a major paradox. South African dietary guidelines published by the government suggest that we should have milk, mast, or yogurt every day. And while these products have well-rounded nutrition, they cause discomfort. And on the other hand, milk alternatives that solve the problem are exorbitantly expensive. Therefore, we need a product that combats lactose intolerance, has adequate nutrients, and is inexpensive. We live in a country where children attend school on empty stomachs, but on the other hand, we have people who make dietary choices based on ethics. Kidley aims to not only cater for these vastly different target markets, but to unite them. The solution to providing adequate nutrition to growing children, to removing discomfort caused by lactose intolerance, being financially affordable and plant-based, is Kidley. Kidley does it all. Kidley is offered as a milk variant for the addition to cereals, teas, and coffees, but also as a chocolate flavor, because who can say no to chocolate? This offers an affordable treat while remaining nutritious.
We defined our primary target market as lower income class individuals who do not have a large disposable income to spend on common luxury goods. The household income is based on the low-skilled worker salary of 4,380 Rand per month for 2020. Our target audience is Lizzie and a family who lives in a township. She and her husband are both low-skilled workers in a factory and have a combined monthly household income of 9,000 Rand. The socioeconomic measure score illustrates how South Africans live based on what they have access to in and near their homes. This family falls into SEM Group 3. Although lactose intolerance is a recurring incident in the family, milk alternatives are too expensive. Therefore, Lizzie needs to find a milk alternative that is dairy-free, nutritious, and affordable. The secondary target market was identified as millennial individuals following a plant-based lifestyle, or vegan individuals who do not consume any animal products. There has been an increased interest in veganism globally, and particularly among South Africans.
Trends in food come and go, but Kitli is on point with 4 current trends at the moment. I would like to specifically elaborate on the community food trend, or more commonly known as a community food system. A community food system does not operate independently and depends on human resources that includes labor, research, and development. These factors are important to the Kitli team because the primary target market includes people that are identified as lower income class individuals. We are committed to making a product that is accessible but also supports the growth of small-scale community farmers. In this way, bringing us back to our commitment of sustainability.
We have chosen to play out a scenario where our SWOT analysis overlap. Our strength being an easily transportable, affordable, nutritious, and lactose-free alternative. The opportunity here lies in being able to transport to individuals in rural areas that relies on crop success. Therefore, we could approach feeding schemes for the approval of our product. Our weakness lies in brand identity, where the target market prefer mass or regular cow's milk and cannot afford to be disappointed. The opportunity here is to introduce Kitli as a free nutritional supplement to children in these areas through NPOs and NGOs, which will develop a future market.
With our given strength, the threat lies in requiring a high capital startup for the plant, because the product success relies on spray drying. To solve this, an opportunity of going through a feeding scheme allows us to apply for government funding to set up a factory. This will allow us to fill the gap and still remain affordable. Our area to be most wary of is where our weaknesses and threat overlaps. With the reluctance of a new product and a high capital startup, this will result into a slow introduction into the market and impact our profit. Having considered our SWOT analysis, we still believe there is a place for Kitli in multiple markets.
Kitli's closest competitors were chosen based on the similar uses and functions of the product. These included powdered cow's milk products, powdered milk alternatives, and mass. While mass is not a powdered product, it is still often consumed by the target market, which is why it is included in this analysis. On the slide, each product is compared with the price and a positive attribute on the top line and a negative attribute below that. We have estimated that 250 grams of milk powder would make approximately 2.5 liters of reconstituted milk. After considering all the pros and cons, we knew what we were up against, but we needed to gather some information from our prospective consumers.
The marketing team conducted a survey to see whether the chosen primary target market would buy Kitli. The survey was aimed at SEM 3 to 4 individuals, such as factory workers, school workers, and truck drivers, receiving a total of 22 responses. 50% of the respondents were in the age range of 26 to 35 years old. This indicates young and working individuals, which was the selected target market. Additionally, this shows that Kitli has long-term marketability to help build brand loyalty. If a consumer buys a product at 30, they are likely to continue doing so into their old age. Most of the respondents indicated that they bought their groceries from ShopRite, which is where we would most likely stock Kitli. When asked about the purchasing of milk alternatives, it was found that respondents never buy them, their reasoning being that they hadn't been exposed to them or they were just too expensive to include in their daily routines.
A secondary target market survey was conducted to expand the potential Kitli consumer. The survey was targeted at individuals who are health-orientated, following a plant-based diet, or frequently consume milk and milk products. The analysis was conducted on 157 individuals within various age groups. It is seen that about 77% of the respondents would be classified as millennials. Regarding the reasoning for consuming plant-based milk, 40% of respondents indicated that health was the driving reason. This could include lactose intolerance or allergies. 15% of respondents indicated sustainability as the reason. where it has been proven that livestock animals are responsible for about 16% of greenhouse emission gases. People continue to shift their diets to include more plant-based materials for sustainable and ethical reasons such as animal welfare. With these points, Kidley can address the needs of 50% of these consumers. Based on Kidley's benchmark products, 37% of participants indicated that they are willing to pay approximately 35 Rand for the product.
Every ingredient added plays an important role to the functionality and sensory attributes of Kidley. Our reason for choosing to add sugar was that our primary market typically enjoys sweeter tastes, and sugar substitutes were simply out of our price range. It also helps to balance out any bitter flavors of the beans and assists in the spray drying process as a means to protect the proteins from denaturation. The most notable ingredients are maltodextrin, sunflower lecithin, and the non-dairy creamers and flavorings. This is because these contribute to the product's success and acceptability. Thanks to our friend, COVID, we couldn't physically make Kidley, but we still considered various ways to improve the problems that we could have encountered. For instance, we could not create an indigestible product if we were trying to address lactose intolerance. Maltodextrin helps to reduce denaturation that would impact digestibility. To make a claim for protein, the amino acid profile needed to be complete. This was ensured by having accurate time and temperature combinations during spray drying. A great product has got to taste even better, so bitter taste would have been negated through soaking and the deactivation of lipooxygenase. Lastly, immediate reconstitution and an improved shelf life was required. This was achieved using sunflower lecithin and calcium carbonate.
The development of a successful plant-based milk powder relied on the knowledge of the methods used in the production process. The production of Kidley undergoes two distinctive stages, the making of the bean milk followed by producing of the powder. It was important to accept raw materials of good quality, which was achieved by accepting product COAs. The beans were rinsed for approximately 5 minutes and soaked for 9 hours in a 3:1 water to bean ratio. For optimal powder production, the dehalled beans undergoes grinding, homogenization, filtration, and standardization. The process has 3 identified CCPs, the boiling of the bean slurry at 100 degrees for 30 minutes to ensure the destruction of the kidney bean lectin, phytohemagglutinin, spray drying where the milk slurry undergoes high temperature treatments that will effectively reduce microorganisms, and the last CCP is the metal detection step. Spray drying is the most widely used commercial method for drying milks because of the very short time of heat contact, and the high rate of evaporation gives a high quality product with a relatively low cost. A dry powder is highly desirable since it offers long shelf life, low transportation cost, storage capacity, and distribution over a wider area. The spray dryer that was used gives an average particle size between 20 and 50 micrometers, and this was ideal since it gives rise to a more uniform particle. The liquid feed is added to an atomizer, which results in the formation of a spray of fine droplets. These droplets pass through a gas chamber in which moisture evaporation occurs, and these dried particles are separated and collected in a form of a powder.
The microbial risks that were associated with Kidley were addressed, and intrinsic and extrinsic parameters were identified. The microbial risk for Kidley was regarded as low when considering the various parameters such as low water activity, extreme temperatures during the spray drying process, and the antimicrobial properties of kidney beans. It was also noted that Kidley is a ready-to-drink product, and therefore the microbial safety was of utmost importance.
To ensure that Kidley was microbially safe, both pathogen and quality indicators were tested on day 1 and day 7 according to the ISO standard methods. Limits were set in order to guarantee a product of high quality as well as being microbially safe. These are the quality indicators and respective limits as previously described.
Our goal is to maintain a consistently high quality product along with meeting the expectations from the day of purchase to the day of consumption. Aside from safety, unwanted deterioration in the sensory quality in the time of its shelf life was considered. Kidley underwent accelerated stability testing to ensure a shelf life of 1 year.
For the chemical analyses of Kidley, the methods were derived from official AOAC methods. The important ones to take note of are protein and calcium due to claims for high in protein and source of calcium. The Caldwell method would be used for protein determination. It is the most used method for determining nitrogen in organic compounds and involves a digestion, distillation, and titration step. We decided to use this method because the final protein content is determined by using the empirical nitrogen factors from this method alone. To determine the calcium content, as well as magnesium, potassium, copper, and zinc, inductively coupled plasma atomic emission spectroscopy would be used. This method is reliable and rapid and can simultaneously determine multiple elements in the sample. The nutritional table was based on data obtained by Nutritics. Our products can make various nutritional claims based on R146 guidelines. Kidley can also claim for high in dietary fiber, a source of vitamin B7, D, E, calcium, and zinc. We can also make claims for low in total fat, saturated fat, and total sodium, and free from cholesterol and trans fat free.
Kidley is an alternative plant-based powdered milk product and therefore considered as a dairy imitation product. For dairy imitation, we looked at DAF number 22 and a DOH number 23, the standards for imitation dairy. Regarding the addition of the vitamin and mineral premix, we considered the regulation R504 relating to the fortification of certain foodstuffs. The regulation relating to miscellaneous additives were also considered because we added an anti-caking agent.
The success of our product also relies on packaging design. The aim of Kidley's packaging is to have a sustainable and affordable approach to align with the brief. It was essential for the Kidley team that all efforts that went into the product was reflected on the packaging. The 250-gram pouch was chosen based on the product's intrinsic and extrinsic parameters, shelf life efficiency, pricing, and recyclability. Careful considerations went into packaging design to ensure an aesthetically pleasing look that would attract our target market. Therefore, the label we designed was done in such a way that it is easy to read but still conveys the necessary information to promote the product.
The Legal Metrology Act of 2014 set out by the South African national standard were followed. Firstly, our front panel is not misleading, as one can clearly see it is a milk product made from white kidney beans, and it clearly states it under our name. The irradiation sign is included as per R146, and the most important regulation, R991, not for infant feeding, is stated in capital letters. On the back panel, the list of ingredients is done in descending order as per R146. The storage instructions are included, and a batch code for backwards traceability.
The sensory analysis of the product was divided into two main sections. In-house testing was done to determine which trials were most acceptable to use for sensory experience in the consumer testing analysis. The 8 of us will be panelists that were trained according to a ballot training method to analyze for appearance, taste, flavor, and texture. The best two formulations for the milk variant and chocolate variant respectively were selected and analyzed to detect for differences in formulation. The most suitable variant of each was chosen for the consumer testing. For the consumer testing, 50 respondents that fell within our primary target market were selected and asked to use a 9-point hedonic scale to assess the 4 attributes. Thereafter, they were asked which variant was their favorite in a paired preference test.
Based on our respondents, there were no preference for gender since Kidley caters to both men and women. Most of our respondents were in the age range of 26 to 35 years old, which reflects the ideal consumer of a young working individuals. In the figure on the left, 33 respondents indicated that they consumed milk 4 times per week or more, therefore showing interest in the possible consumption of kidney. As seen in the figure on the right, sample B was liked more for appearance, flavor, and texture, while sample A was liked more for thickness. In the table, the p-values less than 0.05 show significant differences, whereas the p-values more than 0.05 show no significant differences between attributes. "89% of the respondents preferred the chocolate flavor, which can be due to its extreme popularity. Overall, the respondent preferred the chocolate sample since it was preferred for 3 out of 4 attributes."
The final product cost comes to approximately 35 Rand. 3% of all household income is spent on milk, which implies that our target market can afford to purchase Kidley 7 times a month, which adds up to almost 20 litres. Kidley is outcompeting other benchmark products with its cheaper price and promised benefits. Compared to cow's milk powder, our product has vitamins and minerals, but excludes the discomforting symptoms that keep you up at night. One major aspect that we would like to highlight is that VAT adds nearly 8 Rand to our product. Our team firmly believes in providing nutrients to those who need it most but cannot afford it. We would one day like to appeal that Kidley could become a VAT-free item, as it can be viewed as essential. Alternatively, we could sell a product to NPOs and NGOs who would cater to the poorest individuals at no cost to those households.
United behind the Kidley brand, we have set out to show you the benefits of Kidley as a recourse against malnutrition, its health benefits, and ethical concerns of various interest groups. We believe that Kidley should become a firm staple in the shopping baskets of all South Africans, since everyone deserves a stronger tomorrow. We would really just like to thank everybody for your help, our sponsors, the Demis, the mentors, everything that we have been through this year. We were constantly kept on our toes, and we would just like to thank you. And I would personally just like to thank my team. You guys are incredible. You know that I love you so much, and I'm so, so proud of you all and this product that we created. Thank you.
That was very, very well done, ladies. Very, very well done. And we would like to thank you so much for a very professional presentation. Having chatted to you guys earlier in the week, all I can say is I am blown away. You guys have done exceptionally well. Right, let's start with the judges and let's see whether or not we have some questions to understand if you've thought through whether you've got sufficient supply, how you're going to manage those things. So Dr. Prue, I know you're going to ask them that question, so please go ahead, you're first in line.
Well done, ladies. Well done, Team Kidley. I think you guys really applied your minds to what you presented. Very, very good thinking applied to the biochemistry of your ingredients and process. I really liked that. The one thing that you guys mentioned, which I wanted to just probe a little bit, is your shelf life testing. So you talked about doing an accelerated shelf life testing. What I'm curious to understand is, what were the conditions of this accelerated shelf life, and what attributes did you measure to ensure that your products achieved the final shelf life that you determined?
Do you guys hear that?
Can you just repeat the beginning part of it? I know that he's asking about the accelerated
Cool, I can repeat it. No problem. So you did an accelerated shelf life. So I'm curious to understand what conditions did you conduct that accelerated shelf life under, and what attributes of the product did you measure to arrive at your final shelf life?
Nina, do you want to answer, or I'll start. So obviously, when considering accelerated shelf life, you would use a hot box. and we would have had to control the humidity. Now, because, like we said, we didn't physically make kidney, we had to estimate some kind of parameters. This could easily be found based on any kind of seasonings out there. You would have to base it on relative humidity as well. So maybe a good range could be about 55% humidity and around 30 degrees Celsius. That's a good working range. Obviously, you have to take this into account, because if we plan on distributing kidney all over the country, we have to consider places like Durban having high humidity as well. So this is the kind of things that we would think about. When considering whether your product has failed shelf life or not, you would obviously look for typical micros, things like yeasts and molds, but also clumping as well and caking. That's a huge thing. And while our rancidity wouldn't be a huge issue because of the destruction of lipoxygenase, you would have to taste for that as well. So you could do taste tests in a broth or something similar to that. I'm not sure if Marzan or Nina wanted to add to that.
I will just also wanted to say that when you do sensory analysis, you can also test for shelf life, like how the taste will differ over time. If you reconstitute it and you make it and you put it in the refrigerator, how it differ and how it actually affected. And also in terms of the powder, also test that in sensory analysis.
Nina? It's fine, okay. All good. Right, Dr. Hogan, you have a question? Please go ahead.
Hi guys, very nice concept. I thought it was very interesting and a very well presented presentation. I just have some questions, maybe I missed it, but on why you decided to market it as a dried product. And then secondly, I know you said you added sugar, and I was actually quite surprised to find recently that most milk alternatives, rice milk, etc., actually has some added sugar to it. Is there anything that you would consider doing to increase the sweetness other than adding sugar?
Go ahead, Jana.
So yes, we also added sugar compared to our benchmark products, because we could obviously not make the product and we couldn't taste it. But the thing is, sugar, we can add a sweetener. We can partially take out some of the cane sugar and add a sweetener, but the thing is, it will add a lot to our costs. And our primary target market, they not necessarily spend a lot of money on sweeteners, as it would increase the costs. And we need the cane sugar to protect our proteins during the spray drying.
Perfect. Colleen, would you like to pose your question to the team?
Sorry, I just wanted to add on.
Oh, sure, go first.
Nina, sorry. Nikki, I think you asked why we chose the dried product. So we considered that a lot of people in our target market might be living in rural areas that are further away from shops. So the option to purchase something and not have to go into the shops as frequently is obviously something we wanted to touch on. But also having a powdered product reduces our transport costs. It reduces the secondary packaging costs as well. So we're all about keeping this price low so that our consumers can afford it. So that was a driving reason to not have them go into shops unnecessarily or too many times per month. So that was one of it, and to have that longer shelf life. So.
Okay, thanks.
And I just wanted to add on to that, like if they wanted to buy in bulk and then they can store it, they don't need a refrigerator or fridge to store it in. So that also saves them money and energy. So they can just store it at room temperature and it will not affect the product at all.
Great, thank you. Colleen, would you like to pose your question to the team?
Sure. So thanks, guys. Really exciting idea. Just a question. You guys are using what you said is a white kidney bean as your raw material. Is this actually grown in South Africa?
Yes, yes, it is.
Does it go by any other name? Because quick Google search and I can't find it.
Cannellini beans. Yes, that is actually where we got our name, from kidney and Lee from cannellini. So
Okay, all right.
yeah.
So then maybe just a question, why not rather explore something like a cowpea, which is heavily indigenous to South Africa, and is something that the government is actively trying to sort of like push farmers to grow more of and create an industrial sort of like pool for this product?
Megan,
I think the initial reason for choosing white kidney beans was we obviously considered beans in general. We chose white kidney beans because of the color, and then it was a better protein content than butter beans because we put both of those together in terms of that. I don't know why I think the cowpeas wasn't considered because of the price. I think it might have been that kidney beans came out cheaper. I know if Georgie or Jana want to add to this, but kidney beans, in terms of considering the entire product as a whole, it just seemed more attractive to us at the time, having ticked so many boxes with the color. It's not got that overpowering bean taste as well. And obviously protein was really important. We really wanted to make a claim for protein because not a lot of our benchmark products have that as, not a lot of them offer that. So I'm not sure if Georgie or Jana wanted to add or
yeah, just from a practical point of view, I don't know the size of the cowpeas, but white kidney beans is quite large, and we manually dehulled the beans, so it would be easier to have a larger bean. Yes.
Makes sense.
Georgie, do you want to add?
Yeah, I think just having all the essential amino acids was a really important point. I'm not sure about the cowpeas, but yeah, that was definitely something that we considered.
Well, I think thank you so much, Colleen. I think it's a good point. If you can get the government to pay you to make the product, isn't that even a better option? Maham, go ahead.
Just wanted to add on to that, white kidney beans also contain no allergens. So that also had a benefit to our product.
Perfect. Lisa, your question to the team. You guys are getting grilled.
My question is around in your market data, you saw that many of your target consumers had never tried a milk alternative. How will you go about helping them to notice and getting an attraction for your product, overcoming that whole lack of understanding or having ever tried something like this before?
Megan, go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, I'm answering a lot of questions here. I think I'm just excited about our product. So I think the main thing is it's a powdered alternative. So hopefully you would stock it next to powdered cow's milk. It's attractive, it's bright green. We've done research on its packaging to our consumer, to our market. So we've chosen everything to kind of attract that kind of person that we're looking for. But aside from that, we also spoke about it in our SWOT analysis. By offering this as a supplement through NGOs and NPOs, it really creates like a liking for the product. If you're offering this to children and you remember something from your childhood, I mean, I think about when I was a kid, I used to drink Mina Moo milkshakes. If I see one of those today, I'll go crazy. I'll go buy one immediately. I absolutely love them. So I think developing that future market is really something that we want to play on. Giving it to children through the NPOs and NGOs is really something interesting. Obviously, we did do a lot more extensive research in our written reports, but we chose to go through retail just because we have the data to show ShopRite would be a great place to do it. But getting them interested, getting them on board with it, I think definitely the NPOs and NGOs would be a great place for us to start, if that answers your question.
Great, thank you. Yes, there's another person. Thank you. There's another marketing person who's asking you these questions and particularly wanted to know how you're going to take on the big brands like Nido, for example, on the retail space. So I think you've given some thought to that. So great. Karen, you have a question.
Very well done, team. Well done on the product. My question is relating to the name, Kidly. So my immediate reaction was it's for kids. It was made for kids. which is potentially an issue with regards to it being a claim related, that it's suitable specifically for children, especially where it's being sold on the shelf, and also 991 regulations for infants and young children, which is very, very strict, not marketing to children under the age of 3 specifically. I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
Somebody. Okay,
Jana, you go.
So yes, the name sounds like kid as in children, but yeah, like Marjan said, the kid actually comes from white kidney beans. And our primary target market includes the entire family, and that includes the children as well. So yes, it is stated on the packaging, not for infant feeding, but that does not exclude children. So this product is suitable for children. Obviously, with a chocolate variant as well, it is a suitable treat for a child, as well as adults. But the name was not specifically chosen just for children.
But I think some constructive feedback, right? Marzan, I'm going to move on to the next one if you don't mind, because the next question is a really hard one. In fact, it's a double barrel. Okay, so for the chemist person, why did you decide to use the Kaldal method over the Dumas method? Charlotte, sorry, I can't hear you. Don't worry, it happens to all of us.
We decided to use the Kaldal method instead of the Dumas method because the final protein content is determined using empirical nitrogen factors from this method alone. It is also the most used method, and it involves a digestion, distillation, and titration step. And it's also got high precision and good reproducibility. That's why we decided to use it.
Okay, and then another question, also from Paul, is how environmentally friendly or sustainable would it be to produce your milk? Because obviously we have to consider what's the impact of the actual production process going to be on the environment. Did you guys give any thought to that? Megan, go ahead.
We did. So the first thing to note is that beans are farmed in a sustainable way. So they don't impact the soil health, they promote it, they really actually help the growth of they help the health of the soil to help other crops grow. So that was something that we considered in terms of sustainable farming. But aside from that, because we made a dried product, we considered freeze drying as well. And we compared freeze drying and spray drying, and it was shown that freeze drying takes up more energy and it's also more expensive. So that's why we went to spray drying, because it's less energy, it's less cost to energy, so it's more energy efficient, sorry. So that was also one of the reasons we chose. We also chose to exclude the blanching step, as it was, we thought about doing it, but because it would use water that was unnecessary, because whatever the blanching step would do would be negated or would be addressed, through other steps. So we have chosen to make this product as sustainable as possible, cutting out as much unnecessary stuff as we can, using steps that are really just completely pertinent to the production of kidney.
Perfect, great. Well done, ladies. I'm going to stop it there. We have another group standing in the wings. Very, very good effort, and we look forward to seeing more about your product soon.
Good afternoon, faculty members, guests, and fellow food science students. In the year 2020, consumer behavior has shifted like never before. The power of choice is being put back in the hands of the consumer, allowing for the ability to attend online business meetings, host online dinner parties, and even listen to your favorite podcasts, all from the comfort of your own home. The long-standing definition of an office job or 9 to 5 has been disregarded, and a new era of possibility through scientific and technological innovation has arrived. In the past, the need for animals to produce food for human consumption has been seen as an indispensable part of the global food system. However, with increased consumer awareness and the demand for food industry transparency, the exposure of livestock intensification systems and the steady rise in foodborne illnesses cannot be overlooked. Whilst the demand in vegan food products within the South African market was apparent, the absence of a vegan liquid egg alternative remained. To mimic the unique functional and biochemical properties of a chicken egg presented a hurdle for which the South African food industry had not yet achieved. It is with great pride that I introduce to you today New Yolk, a vegan liquid egg alternative, produced predominantly from locally grown green mung beans and upcycled aquafaba. It remains accessible for individuals who are plant-based, vegan, suffer from an egg allergy or intolerance, and are environmentally conscious. New Yolk utilizes no ingredients of animal origin, contains a lower cholesterol content, remains gluten-free, egg-free, and provides an adequate plant protein source of 15.4 grams per 100 gram of the liquid product. It may successfully be used for both direct and indirect application. Direct cooking of the product onto a preheated pan may produce some of your favorite breakfast options, including fluffy scrambled eggs, omelets, and even French toast. Yet indirectly, the product may be successfully incorporated into cake batters, meringues, flapjacks, and other baked goods. The New Yolk primary target market was a South African, plant-based millennial or Gen Z individual who lived in cities and inner-city suburbs, ranged in the middle to upper SEM, and enjoyed leading a fast-paced lifestyle, while still being sustainable and environmentally conscious. The Gen Z and millennial audience formed an accumulative total of 62.2% of the South African population, providing a substantial market for product profitability. A detailed depiction of our secondary target market can be seen. It is in light of the global debate about climate change and environmental degradation that trend forecasting for 2020 to 2021 saw movements such as plant-based, vegan, ethical consumerism, holistic health, shop local, and upcycle as key role players for the food and beverage industry. Our market surveys showed that 91% of the reviewed target market are inclined to purchase a product such as New Yolk for an increased premium as it was of higher value, ethically sourced, and climate friendly. The need for the millennial and Gen Z consumers to have access to quick, on-the-go vegan breakfast options was amplified through the target market survey, whereby 84% of the audience stated that they considered their lifestyles to be somewhat to very fast-paced, and that 82% of the individuals typically spent 10 to 20 minutes preparing their breakfast each morning.
We have identified three main competitors. The first one being an egg replacer product, costing roughly R172.90 per 500 ml. This product is not a good source of protein. It is, however, lactose-free and low in fat. Next, we have a liquid vegan egg, which costs R160 per 500 ml. This product is the main inspiration for New Yolk. It is low in fat and not available on South African supermarkets. Lastly, we have a whole vegan egg, which costs R243.50 per 500 ml. This product is quite expensive and also not available on South African supermarkets. Our product, New Yolk, is a cheaper and locally produced product, costing roughly R70.69 per 500 ml.
The SWOT analysis provides a brief overview of the core aspects that we considered when designing the product and the image in which we wish to portray it. Starting with the strengths, we can confidently claim that the resultant product is significantly more land and energy friendly when considering traditional poultry farming, or more specifically, egg production. It is a versatile product with the ability to replace traditional eggs in most scenarios, while being high in plant-based proteins as well as being low in negative nutrients. Following this, the product can be altered with further NPD requirements, such as a sweet version for use in desserts. The weaknesses are a result of the novelty of the product, with aquafaba, a main constituent, being commercially known for less than 6 years to date. The lack of formulation trials has resulted in an unsure proposed composition, which is compounded with a lack of similar commercial equivalents, especially along the trends and values that are central to our product. The threats are a compounding agent in this, with the core of each stated threat being the uncertainty surrounding such a novel product. We believe these can be solved with the opportunities encompassing the inclusion of this product in further vegan products, as well as promoting exposure through the absolute versatility of the product. The chemical analysis forms part of the pre-formulation calculations, follows through the testing phases, and several methods of analysis are used further during quality assurance testing. The nutritional table that follows is an estimated description of the nutritional facts obtained via nutritics following the proposed formulation. This, however, carries less significance due to the untested nature of the product.
The claims that can be made for new yolk include vegan and gluten-free. In order to claim vegan, all ingredients used must be from a plant, fungal, algae, or bacterial origin. The statement gluten-free can only be made on foods as defined by Codex standards, where the food sold or distributed to the final consumer contains no more than 20 milligrams per kilogram of gluten, and it is only permitted on foodstuff that does not contain any of the species of the significant cereals.
We decided on physical values which are very close to those of eggs. These values included a pH of 6.5 to 7.5, a water activity of 0.97, color, this could be determined by a consumer panel, and a viscosity of 0.028 pascals at 25 degrees Celsius. The intrinsic parameters included pH and water activities. These parameters will not act as microbial inhibitors, as it was determined that all the significant microorganisms are able to grow at a neutral pH and a water activity of 0.97. Available oxygen, as most of the significant organisms are facultative anaerobes, excluding oxygen will not inhibit all microbial growth. Nutrient content and natural antimicrobials. The extrinsic parameters included temperature. The product will be kept at or below 5 degrees Celsius, which will be sufficient to inhibit the growth of most organisms except for yeast and molds, as well as listeria. Humidity, atmospheric gases and headspace in the packaging, light exposure, and processing times and temperatures. New yolk will be pasteurized at 72 degrees Celsius for 2 minutes and 45 seconds. This will be sufficient to kill most bacteria except for Clostridium perfringens and its spores and toxins, as well as yeast. The following organisms could potentially be present in the product and pose a risk for consumer safety and the organoleptic properties of the product. The following table indicates these organisms, the methods of testing, sampling plan, and limits. These organisms were chosen because they were either present and caused foodborne illnesses in mung beans, were present in eggs, caused foodborne illnesses, and are indicators of adequate pasteurization or poor personal hygiene.
Our main ingredients primarily revolve around mung beans and the upcycled aquafaba base to provide the bulk of the product, with turmeric as the colorant and black salt providing that classic eggy aroma. The mung bean isolate is the main constituent of the product that inspired New Yolk and functions as a carrier of most of the functional proteins present within the product. These act as storage proteins within the mung beans themselves, and when heated, undergo denaturation that results in the proteins unraveling into beta sheet dominated structures, with hydrophobic regions acting as a main process of aggregation when cooking. Our usage of mung bean flour is designed as a cost-reducing method, as well as bulking up the product and providing the majority of the fats and carbohydrate numbers. Aquafaba, which is standardized by the addition of water, is the liquid base into which the rest is added, and provides some functionality in its foaming characteristics. Along with this, it provides a sustainable approach due to its source being recycled chickpea brine. Turmeric as a colorant has significant health benefits. However, its usage in low volumes will probably be effective in achieving the color palette necessary for our product. Black salt is a derivative of regular table salt, but with the inclusion of ferric sulfate, as well as sodium sulfate and bisulfate. This releases an egg-like aroma that increases the immersion experienced in this novel egg replacement product. The remaining ingredients, while not being the core of our product, contribute in significant ways into making this product an excellent reality. The processing procedure, while complex in its overview, can be condensed into simply explained 4-step processes for ease of understanding. Grinding involves the initial reception of the raw ingredients, followed by the removal of foreign bodies. Grinding then takes place to a predetermined grain size, followed by distribution into the mixing and protein isolation stages. The protein isolation stage uses an acid-base extraction method, which takes advantage of the isoelectric point of the proteins to cause precipitation. This process in literature has a high overall yield. Mixing involves the integration of all the remaining ingredients into the standardized aquafaba base. Slow mixing is required to minimize aeration and prevent foaming. Packaging is the most high-risk protocol of them all. It takes place aseptically to improve shelf life and is preceded by pasteurization. Between pasteurization and packaging, the product must be immediately packaged to reduce risk of contamination.
We have identified 3 CCPs, the first being a filtration and sieving step. Here, potentially large or hazardous particles are removed before reaching the final product. It ensures consumer safety and protects the machinery. CCP number 2 is a pasteurization step. This is a heat treatment step to eliminate microbes and reduce target microbes to acceptable levels. The time and temperature is very important at this step. CCP number 3 is a metal detection step. Metal contaminants are removed. It ensures product and consumer safety, and the potential for metallic contamination is removed.
Hazard controls potential hazards during the food production process to produce a safe food product that does not contain an enormous amount of toxins or pathogenic microbes that can cause serious harm to the consumer. When analyzing the hazards, we are concerned about the chemical, biological, and physical hazards in terms of the hazard plan. Examples of physical hazards that were identified to produce new yolk include plastic of packaging, foreign objects, metals, hair and jewelry, dust, and broken packaging. Potential chemical hazards include allergens and detergent residues. Some of the microbes, also known as biological hazards that may cause spoilage in this liquid product include Salmonella, E. coli, yeast and molds, and Staphylococcus aureus. These microbes may be reduced by processes such as pasteurization and proper sanitation. The hazard process relies on the correct implementation of PRPs and CCPs. The aim of a PRP is to promote basic conditions that are necessary to ensure a hygienic environment through the food chain in order to produce safe food products for human consumption. The PRPs that will be followed during the production of new yolk include the following on the slide.
In order to ensure that new yolk is commercially successful, the cost of the product needs to be taken into account, as this is related to consumer acceptance. And to establish a market price for new yolk, various costs must be covered, ensuring that our product is profitable. The new yolk team decided on a 30% margin in order to calculate the final price. The preliminary costing of new yolk is shown in the table. A final price of R70.69 was established per 500 milliliter unit.
There are no specific regulations for imitation egg products. Thus, the key legislation that applies to new yolk will be highlighted. New yolk compiled with SANS 289, which are the labeling requirements for prepackaged products. R146, relating to the labeling and advertising of foodstuff, was used extensively to determine the packaging requirements and permitted claims. Regulations for preservatives, antioxidants, and miscellaneous additives in foodstuff require the use of Codex Alimentarius General Standard for food additives, and was used to determine which additives are acceptable to be used for specific products. This was used to determine whether the additives used for new yolk were actually permitted.
Through careful consideration of size, sustainability, affordability, transportation, aseptic processing, and availability, the choice of packaging was decided upon. A Tetra Brick 500H with a bio-based heli-cap closure was selected. The carton was 500 milliliters in volume with a total weight of 12 grams per individual box. Tetra Brick is a laminated carton made from paperboard, aluminium foil, and 3 layers of polyethylene polymers, where each layer fills a specific role. The primary packaging polyethylene polymer layer within the packaging provided a barrier of protection to extrinsic properties, such as moisture mitigation, relative humidity, and temperature fluctuations. The aluminium foil layer was an excellent source of protection from both moisture and microbial spoilage. It helped to maintain the nutritional value of the product, prevent volatile aromas, and maintain product flavor. New yolk would need to be stored on a refrigerated shelf, and was therefore differentiated based on color from the intimidating array of food products which already existed. Thus, in order to stand out, we opted for an olive green carton color design, which would immediately attract the consumer's attention. The color green is associated with words such as natural, health, security, and organic. All words suggested feelings we would want our consumer to associate with the brand. The carton was incredibly environmentally friendly, from material selection, made up of 75% recycled paperboard, to the shape of the carton, which allowed for 99% pallet optimization during transportation, as well as improved stackability. All aforementioned factors significantly decreased the carton's environmental impact and improved the brand transparency.
Each batch used to serve the consumers underwent microbial and chemical testing to ensure that the product was safe for human consumption. The consumer analysis consisted of 48 participants. These untrained individuals either generally consumed egg products or live a plant-based lifestyle. We tested 2 product variations to see which of the 2 variations the consumers preferred. The 2 formulations of New Yolk differed in salt content. One formulation contained 2.5 grams of table salt, whereas the other formulation contained 2.5 grams of black salt. This was to mimic an egg-like smell and flavor due to its sulfur content, which would be better for the sensory profile of New Yolk.
A 9-point hedonic scale was used to determine the degree of liking for the appearance, aroma, texture, and the overall taste of New Yolk. As the consumer analysis never took place due to COVID-19, New Yolk received mock data which was analyzed using Excel stats. As seen on the graph, the analysis of variance indicated that the appearance, aroma, and the overall taste showed a significant difference between the 2 sample variants, as the p-values for these attributes were all smaller than 0.001. There were no significant difference detected for the texture attribute, as the p-value is greater than 0.05. The sample's texture was the least liked attribute, scoring in the like slightly category on the hedonic scale. For all 4 attributes evaluated from the mock data, the sample with the black salt received a higher score on the hedonic scale. The significant differences present between the appearance, aroma, and the overall taste indicate that the consumers generally like the sample with the black salt more. Overall, our product was liked slightly for the sample containing the table salt and liked very much for the sample containing the black salt. From the mock data, the sample containing the black salt was preferred by 65% of the consumers, and only 35% preferred the sample containing the table salt. Therefore, we would want to use the black salt to manufacture New Yolk. But to compete with current commercial products, improvements need to be made, as well as possible reformulation needs to take place in order to further improve the sensory attributes, especially the texture of New Yolk. As a New Yolk team, we identified a few recommendations that could further improve our product. More time should be spent on the formulation process, especially to increase the mung bean flour ratio in order to improve the sensory characteristics, as well as possibly reducing the cost of New Yolk. The addition of the sulfur-containing amino acids methionine and cysteine could be considered, as these are the only 2 amino acids lacking in our product to make a protein claim. As the manufacturing process of New Yolk is quite labor-intensive, especially with regards to the grinding, protein isolation of the mung beans, automation of the process would make it much more efficient.
To end, I pose to you a question that all food and environmental scientists have the obligation to answer. With 9.7 billion people expected to inhabit the planet by 2050, how may we ensure safe, nutritious, and affordable food? Time is running out, and intensive animal agricultural practices may no longer sustain our planet and its people. Our product, New Yolk, remains an incredible solution to provide a local, vegan liquid egg alternative, appropriate for both the health-conscious individual as well as food companies. It maintains a modified nutritional composition, making it accessible to the dietary requirements of the population and promotes sustainable agricultural practices. New Yolk delivers an opportunity to minimize conventional food loss and inefficient feed-to-food ratios, improve food safety, and become a local leader in the global demand for plant-based proteins. The time is now, and it requires the equal effort of 2 entities, for it remains the responsibility of food industries to begin to redefine value, and equally so, it is the role of the consumer to understand the impact that their food purchases may play. In 2020, it's time to choose New Yolk, a solution which sustains.
We would just like to extend a very big thank you to every member of the food science faculty for their continued support over the 4 years, but more specifically for the immense challenge that is this new product development project. We would also like to extend our unending thanks to the companies that participated in making this project a success. Thank you.
Well done, team. Very, very good presentation. I have to say, Keegan, an excellent idea. Very, very good. You had me at mung beans and egg, and the reason for that is my daughter loves mung beans and hates eggs. So this is just a perfect solution to my culinary problem. Very, very good. A very, very interesting idea. So well done on that, and a very smooth presentation. Very slick in that regard. Right, let's see what the judges have to ask you. Krishna, would you like to go ahead, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. Well presented. I like the green color scheme, my favorite color. I just have one question in terms of, again, communicating to the consumer. If you look at the egg yolk, it looks like an egg with the egg yellow inside. What would that communicate to the consumer in terms of there is no egg inside, but it looks like an egg? Do you think that will, encourage them to buy it, or actually the opposite?
I think it's in line with our whole theme of redefining what it is to eat an egg these days. Our name, New Yolk, is designed to bridge that gap between a plant-based alternative to traditional poultry farming. So I think that sort of, yeah. I don't know if that explains the question, but go ahead, Claire.
Thank you for the question. I also just wanted to say that the idea of the egg yolk was also in line with the name New Yolk, obviously, because we are reimagining the egg yolk, but then also the illustration helped to evoke feelings of familiarity with the consumer. And we hoped that if they picked up the carton, they would look at it, immediately turn to the side profile of our packaging and see we've done illustrations essentially of how you would use the product, stating scrambled eggs and omelets, and then incorporating it into other baked goods. But I think it was just, we went with the illustration on the basis that how would we even entice the consumer to even be interested in a vegan egg? And as a possibility of it, we decided to go with something that was a concept and an image that people knew. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Just to comment maybe on in the R146, you cannot have any pictorial representation, that would mislead a consumer. So just if going forward, I understand your explanation. I think it's just be careful to mislead the consumers that it actually contains also an actual egg. Thank you very much. No further questions.
Dr. Frew.
In New York, what an amazing presentation. Well done. I really, I was really impressed with how you put this together. Really brilliant context set and an excellent, no pun intended, excellent, awareness about the sustainability challenges that the world faces. So well done on covering that. As you went along, I made questions and you kept answering my questions. So I'm left with one tiny little question, which is on your packaging, which I loved a lot, the colors, by the way. There was no indication of, and this is probably a question that most of the teams had and I actually didn't ask. You didn't indicate whether this product would be halal or kosher. Is there any reason for that? Or didn't you think about it?
Dr. Frew, won't you just repeat the question? You just broke up a little.
Yeah, sorry. The question was about not indicating whether the product is halal or kosher on your packaging.
halal or kosher certification. Have you guys thought about
Correct.
that?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's. I can see lots of you nodding. Someone talk to me.
Claire, would you like to take this? I don't know if you would like to.
I
Otherwise,
was
I'll go
personally
ahead.
going to ask Courtney, who's in charge of the claims, but yeah, I'm not too sure myself if she knows.
There we go. Courtney's back. Courtney, any thought about whether this could be a kosher or a halal product, whether it would be suitable for certification? Just put your mic on for us, Courtney.
Yes, I think in the beginning, I did look at the getting certifications, but I didn't. We could look to get it certified because our products are halal, like we're using plant-based products, and that it's nothing of animal origin, so we could get halal certification and kosher certification. Yes.
Good points, and could be an interesting selling point to assist you. Any of the other judges before I go to the audience and the chemistry lecturers? Right, you got an easy round. It looks like being, team number 6 is easy. I'm never sure if it's better to be first or last. Okay, let's. There's a couple of questions here specifically regarding your pricing. So the price benchmark you were comparing with free range eggs. Are we talking the 500 ml? I'm not sure if I'm understanding Amber's question correctly, but just in relation to how you pitch the pricing in relation to free range eggs. Were you referring to 500 mils of the product, or how did you do that comparison?
So each of our cartons will contain 500 mils of the product. A traditional medium-sized egg is around about 45 grams, which is in line with our serving size. So in any one carton, you'll be able to produce the equivalent of 12 eggs per.
Okay. Yeah, so if you took the price of 12 vegan eggs in relation to your product, is that what you're saying? That's how I should do the price comparison.
No, those are in terms of the free range eggs. Our product is aiming to bridge that gap between the price points of the products mentioned in our benchmark analysis, which were astronomically high, and those of your very affordable, however environmentally damaging eggs that are currently produced through the poultry industry.
Yeah, just plain garden variety egg. Okay, so Linda wants to know, surely there should have been some comment about zero cholesterol. Would that not have been an important claim that we could have said? Okay, now you thought this was coming, Courtney, so tell us what your answer is, because you have all the notes.
No, it's because of our high saturated fat. I think on the nutritional table, it's 177 grams per 100 ml. So therefore, we couldn't claim for cholesterol, even though we are using all plant origin ingredients. So it's not permitted because it's the saturated fat is too high.
Yeah, very good point. Very good point. Does it have the same nutritional composition as an egg in comparison? I mean, is it eggs for eggs? Apples for apples? Eggs for eggs?
We try to get it as close as possible through our design formulation. There are some discrepancies here and there, but it's never going to be a perfect process. With further formulation trials, I'm sure we could get it closer, but at the moment it's roughly 70 to 80% in reference.
Okay, right. So now some chemistry questions. You knew they were going to come. So how would you, if you had access to the lab, which obviously you don't do, how would you determine or would have determined the viscosity of the product?
I'm not quite sure what the apparatus is called, but it's that one where you have the cup and the bar, which is inserted and then rotated. And the resistance is used to determine the viscosity of the liquid.
Isn't it a rotational viscosity, I think? No?
Well, I'm not sure. You know that your chemistry lecturer. Anya, what did you say, Paul?
The viscosity. So I'm just on the question corrections correctly.
Yes.
Did I? Okay. We're going to use a rapid visco analyzer. Sorry, I just quickly had to get my notes.
No
So yeah.
problem. No problem. I think your chemistry lecturer is having a giggle in the corner there. But second question, and even a more complicated question. How would you add the amino acids? And so in what form, and how would this influence the cost?
So we had several methods of bringing our reference amino acids up to standard. Our primary one was probably going to be using soy protein as an alternative to the mung bean protein. However, this does introduce the allergen, which is, we wanted to avoid it. An alternative is probably to use a whey-based protein. However, that then reduces or gets rid of our ability to claim that it's vegan and instead move into the vegetarian category.
So a couple. Sorry,
there is a further option, but it's very it's unviable, which is adding amino acids in pure form to our mixture. But the cost of individual amino acid mixtures are it's not viable for a commercially available product.
Okay, so a couple of challenges to a really, really good idea. So good luck, and we hope that you find the answers to those questions and that we see the product on the shelf soon. As I said, I definitely have one customer that it would go down very, very well with and fits all your demographics. Well done. It's not always easy to be the last group because you feel like you are the graveyard shift. You have definitely not been the graveyard shift. You've been a great bunch. So I'm going to release you now. You may dismiss yourself, say goodbye. And
well, this is the moment the students work for towards the end of the year. And it is my pleasure to congratulate the following student groups. The prize for, I think, as you all have seen the live poll, the product concept based like the audience. So the audience voted for this prize, and the microchem prize of 1,500 Rand per person goes to the Gear Up team. Well done, you guys. You really deserve this. Well done. Okay, let's go to the second prize. The second prize for most commercially viable product, sponsored by Cinecor, which is 2,000 Rand per person, goes to, ta-da! Let's see who it is. Again, the Gear Up team. Well done. Linda, we need some noise.
Okay, it's the girls' turn this time. I'm going to do the drum roll. I'm going to do the drum roll. Let's get ready for the next one.
Okay. Da-da-da-da. Okay, the third prize is the product sensory testing, well demonstrated. So the video that they made beforehand was judged, and then also looked at the presentation today, how they communicated that. That is a prize from Phrase, organized by Dr. Heidi Grimmer from Sensory Space for us. And that is a prize worth of 15,000 Rand per group. And the winners of this group is Kidley. Well done, you guys.
Well done, Kidley.
The green team.
The green
well
team.
done. I hope they're all yelling in the background.
I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are.
Okay, the next prize sponsored by Food Safety Excel. That's Krista and her team. The best communication of integral food science concepts to a broad audience on a virtual platform. This prize is a mentorship where each student can go with one of her team to an audit to see how it's done and to experience that, which I think it's really amazing opportunity for students to learn.
Yeah.
And then also an FSSC 22,000 workshop worth around 6,200 Rand per person. And this prize goes to ta-da, Ibewu. Well done, you guys. This is fun. Well done. Okay, so the next one then is the Innovis Prize, the most innovative product. And this prize is 8,000 Rand per group. And the winner of this prize is also, ta-da, Imbewu. Well done.
Yes.
Well done, you guys. Okay, I just have to say before I go on, we had lengthy discussions and the judges, I think, really did a very fair job. So before I forget, I really want to thank them for their time and effort that they put in into this job that they had today. So thank you very much for them. Right, the next prize then is the Facts Prize, complying best with the relevant South African regulations. This is 10,000 Rand per group, and also a free attendance of one of their respected Facts online workshops valued at over 3,000 Rand. And this prize goes to Imbewu. Well done, you guys. They're walking away with a lot of prizes, yeah. Okay. The next prize then is sponsored by Intercom. Rolf Eis and his team. This is for the best HACCP plan, and they already during the week got all the HACCP plans of the groups and screened them meticulously. So this prize is then a customized virtual workshop or a food safety standards customized workshop with 2,300 Rand per person. And the best HACCP plan goes to the Kikli team. Well done, you guys. This is a big job. Well done.
Very good.
Okay. The Safos prize is for the best overall presentation. This was a difficult one. I think, you know, the presentations was of such a high standard today. I think you would agree with me, Linda. So, but there unfortunately is only one winner, and then that prize of 800 Rand per person goes to the Gear Up team. Well done, you guys. Back to yellow again. Okay. And then the next one is then the prize sponsored by the Agri-Sciences faculty. This is an 8-week countdown idea validation workshop hosted by the Launch Lab. I know the workshop is sort of based on design thinking. I think it's an awesome opportunity. I'm definitely going to attend as well. It's 40,000 Rand per group with this prize. And it goes to the group that best implemented marketing aspects. And this prize goes to the New York team. Well done, you guys. Well done.
Well done. That's definitely the right. Very well done.
Well done. And then go over to the packaging. So this is the third last prize then. So the IPSA awards, or the judges did their job last week already. So I knew for a week now almost who the prize winners is for this. This is for the bronze certificate for the Food Science and Technology Student Gold Pack Awards. It's a certificate that we will organize for you guys, and 1,000 Rand per group. And this award goes to Imbewu. Well done, you guys. Right. Then the silver IPSA Student Gold Pack Award. That's also sponsored by the Institute of Packaging. Certificates and 2,500 Rand per group goes to the Kikli team. Well done. Well done. A lot of green.
Lots of green.
Yeah. And then the gold trophy for the Student IPSA Gold Pack Awards, certificates and 5,000 Rand per group then goes to the Gear Up team. Well done, you guys. You had great graphics. Well done, and all of the other aspects that the judges had to look at. And this is then everything from me. From my side, I just want to say again, thank you. Tot ziens, goodbye, salakakule. I hope you all have a wonderful day, and thank you for attending. I think there was almost still 200 people attending now, the graveyard session. So thank you very much. Linda, over to you.
Thank you, Maricel. Yes, we still have 180 people, and I would like to hear all 180 people say something. So I'm unmuting all of you, and I want to hear you give us a really, really good applause. Come on then, off you go. Come on, I want to hear you. I can hear you. Ooh, that's good. Much better, much better. Okay, very good, very good.